So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the first part of the story, Reborn in Naruto with my girlfriend. If you guys enjoy this what if and want more, comment down below to let me know. The comments on videos really help me out a lot. They motivate me to upload more frequently, so please do comment down below. But most importantly, we are just a blink away from reaching the thousands, so smash that subscribe button right now. Before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. So we are getting reincarnated in 5 wishes each. That was the only thing I could ask. Yes. The Rob answered. I looked to my right and saw my girlfriend looking at me like I was stupid. Hey, didn't your mother teach you not to take things from strangers? Oh, she's dead because you killed her. I joked internally. Not wanting to imagine what she'll do to me if I said that out loud. Alright, now choose your wishes and be done with it. I have work to do. The Rob said. Fine, but at least tell us which world are we going in? My girlfriend asked before I could. The world of Naruto. The Rob answered. I see. My first wish is our chakra manipulation talent to be top of the world, literally, I said my first wish. My first wish is our chakra reserves to rival that of tailed beasts when we are in our prime. My girlfriend said her first wish. I doubt that we can just ask for Kagaya level chakra reserves. I thought, agreeing with her wish. Go on. The Rob said. My second wish is for us to be immortal, I said as Rob shook his head. True immortality is something you will have to achieve on your own. I can make it so that you won't age past your prime, but you can be killed by someone. Regeneration for minor wounds but not something life-threatening. Deal, I said. My second wish is for us to have all elemental affinities including natural energy and yin-yang release. My girlfriend said. Okay. But now you can't wish for both of you in a single wish, allowing the first 4 is my limit. The Rob said in a tone that didn't allow us to complain. Okay. My third wish is for talent in Kenjutsu, sword techniques, and Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. I said. My third wish is for talent in ninjutsu and medical jutsu. My girlfriend said with a thoughtful look on her face. Very well. The less you ask for in a wish, the more effective it will be. The Rob told us with a smile. So the first 4 wishes need us to work harder than the others, huh? I thought while looking at my girlfriend. My fourth wish is to be born with the strongest Kekkei Genkai of the Kurama clan, without side effects and full control over the ability, I said, while thinking about what is practically the most broken Genjutsu and how it can be used. My fourth wish is to be born in the Uchiha clan without the bloodline restrictions and the side effect of mangyeko users going blind, my girlfriend said. Smart choice but predictable I thought. Give me your last wish, I said while looking at my girlfriend. She pondered for a minute before saying sure. Can I combine these 2 wishes and use them for both of us? I asked Rob. Very well. He said like he was expecting something like this. I want a system for both of us that'll have a quest section, inventory, and shop with status window and will allow us to communicate long distances while allowing us to borrow talents and skills from each other. I said. My main goal was the inventory and borrow function, the other 2 were kind of useless. The Rob thought for a second before saying, very well, but you can only borrow lesser versions from each other for a certain period. Okay. Thanks. Now for the final part, which era do you want to be reborn in? The Rob asked, somewhat curious. How about the same year as Minato and Kushina were born? I asked my girlfriend with a smile. Don't tell me you want to bang Kushina. She saw right through me, I screamed internally. Maybe a little. You won't change no matter what I do, she sighed, looking helpless and said in a commanding voice, we will talk about this later. I will take that as a yes. Rob, who was watching us with interest, finally decided to stop us and said, since the era is decided then what about your appearance? We can't have our original appearance. I asked, curious. No, that'll be troublesome. You can choose any character you want for your appearance. Rob said. I will go with Mikasa from the anime Attack on Titan. My girlfriend decided. I will go with Tetsuya Shiba from the irregular at Magic High School. I decided after some time. Very well. Just in case, you are forbidden from revealing the fact that you were reincarnated to even those you trust. I'll be putting a seal on your mind so that if someone tries to read your memories, they will only be able to see what happened after your reincarnation. The Rob said while emphasizing the part about us not revealing anything. We will be careful. Yeah. Oh, while you're at it, there will be some tasks for you to complete. It might be a bit hard, but you'll be able to do it. The Rob said with a smile which gave me a bad feeling about what this guy is up to. As if reading my mind, Rob continued, don't worry, it's not yet set in stone that it'll happen or not. So how would you inform us if that happens? My girlfriend asked, curious if someone like Rob can just pop up in the world at will. I updated your system for that so you don't have to worry. And even I can't just pop up in any world before the world itself doesn't allow it. The Rob said as a matter of fact. That's interesting. I thought. Can I ask something? Go ahead. Why us? There shouldn't be a shortage of kids our age who wants to be reincarnated or something like that, right? I said, my voice cold. The Rob simply shrugged his shoulders saying, you guys were the most interesting to watch. Be it your life or personality, it was fun to watch, but since you decided to commit suicide out of nowhere, here we are. The Rob said with a look of amusement. You like killing that much? My girlfriend said with a smile. I doubt he likes it as much as we do, I said with a smirk. You won't understand how valuable entertainment is to a Rob. Okay, enough about that. Now I'll be sending you off to your new life. Be sure to entertain me. The Rob said as if he was looking forward to a new movie or something. So he'll be watching us, huh? I thought, not caring about the fact that an actual Rob will be watching us like some creepy stalker. Not like I can do anything about it anyway. Until next time, mortals. That was the last line we heard before the white light flashed through our eyes, making us both lose our consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, I heard a mechanical voice inside my head devoid of any emotion. System activated. Welcome hosts to the Naruto world. Itachi Pav. System starting. System started. Teching mental status. Mental status verified. Teching spiritual status. Verified spiritual status. Teching physical status. Verified physical status. Storing memories from the former owner in the system. 10%, 40%, 70%, 90%, 100%. Complete assimilation. Welcome host. So it wasn't a dream. I thought as I opened my eyes. Looking around the room, it had all the basic things a child would need. I stood up from the bed, feeling weird in this new body as I walked up to the mirror and saw a kid looking around 4 years of age. So this is what Tetsuya Shiba looked like as a kid. I thought, comparing him to my previous self when I was 4 and God I was embarrassed. After a minute, I returned to the bed staring at the ceiling. System I said in my mind. Welcome host. System, what about the memories of this kid? I asked as I didn't know anything about my life in the Naruto world. Would you like to see the memories of the previous owner? Yes, but why didn't you merge the memory while I was asleep? I asked, somewhat curious. The system isn't allowed to change the host on a mental level without orders from the host himself. How much authority do you have? Nothing that can endanger the host or something that will force the host to change his plans. Quests are an exception, but they're created at random. I see. Would you like to merge with the memories of the previous owner or watch them as a movie? Warning: merging with memories may lead to the host feeling affection for the people the previous owner was close to. Hell no. Movie it is. I said in my mind. Playing the previous owner's memories. My life, or my previous self to be more precise, flashed before my eyes. He lived pretty well off if I say so myself, although he didn't have a mother, his father loved him as a father would. Well, I don't know since I never had a father in the first place. Heiichi Shiba, a special jonin of Konoha. The best ninjutsu user in Konoha right now. The teacher of Shinkuyuhi, Kurenai's father. There was no mention of him in the story, so he probably died in a war. He never mentioned Tetsuya's mother except for her name. Strange. My weeb sense is tingling. His personality was similar to how I am. I thought as I saw that the previous me was similar to how I originally am. I doubted that even Hei could tell the difference between us. And it won't be surprising even if my skills suddenly skyrocketed because Hei wasn't with the previous me for most of his childhood. For a jonin, he is quite busy. It'll make sense for me to hide a lot of things for Hei, including my talent as a shinobi. I thought as I guessed that it'll be the same for Mikasa, probably. Moving on to the next part, I frowned. Tetsuya never showed any symptoms of awakening his Kekkei Genkai, huh? I guess it's for the best since I'll awaken it sooner or later. And there's no mention of us being from the Kurama clan, weird indeed. I'll turn 5 in a few months, and my current skills are just above average. I need to improve enough before the academy starts or it'll be troublesome. There are 5 years before the second Shinobi War starts. I'll need to go out to pick it up sometime between the war. As I was pondering over this, the movie finished. System, what functions are available right now? The host can only access the status window. Other features will be unlocked after the first quest is completed. The quest will be given soon. That's so. Status. I said as a translucent hologram popped up in front of me. It's ISHIBA host. Takra low level genin. Skills. Talents. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. BE all elemental affinities. If Kenjutsu, sword techniques, unawakened. Bifuin jutsu, sealing techniques, unawakened. Peke Genkai. I, unawakened. I, unawakened. Inventory, shop and borrow are locked until the first quest is completed. Huh. Was the only reaction I had after reading my status. System. Explain why my status is different from what we wished for. The host wished for talents, not skills. Talents need to be honed over time. They will awaken after certain criteria or related quests have been met. For Kekkei Genkai, the system lacks authority. Only after the host unlocks them can they be seen by the system. You're a loyal system, aren't you? What about my tailed beast level chakra reserves? The wish made was for you to have tailed beast level chakra reserves in your prime. What it did was remove the limitations of your human body so that it can accumulate that amount of chakra. The host still needs to train to increase his chakra reserves. So that means I have no limiter but still need to work hard to increase my chakra reserves. I smiled, thinking that it won't be so boring after all. Ding. The other part of the system has awakened. So she arrived as well. I smiled thinking about all the things this poor world will go through after some time. While Tetsuya was busy with his system, a similar conversation was going on inside the Uchiha compound. Wakasa Pav. After getting the basic rundown on my situation, system, show me the memories of the previous owner in a movie format. After the movie that looked very long finished within minutes, I thought so that kid sleeping next to me is Mikoto Uchiha, she is 4 years older than me. Now that I think about it, the names Mikoto and Mikasa go well together. To be the child of the great elder who was never mentioned in the original work. He must have been a part of Danzo's Sharingan collection. I concluded after arranging my thoughts. No one should be able to tell the difference between me and the previous Mikasa, since our personalities are basically the same, except for the sudden increase in intelligence and talent, but that'll be alright I guess. It's not like Mikoto's father paid much attention to us because of his work. I thought as I pushed this topic to the back of my head. System. Show me my status. I commanded. Mikasa Uchiha host. Chakra low level genin. Skills. Talents. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. B all elemental affinities. IV ninjutsu unawakened. B medical jutsu unawakened. Peke Genkai. I. Unawakened. Inventory, shop and borrow are locked until the first quest is completed. What the hell? Was all I could think of. System. Give me an explanation of why my status isn't what we wished for. The system gave me an explanation of how we've been played by that neat Rob. And God I was mad. But still, it's no fun if we can kill anyone we want without working hard. So my all elemental affinities aren't blocked. It's good that the Uchiha clan just assumes that everyone has fire affinity or they would have been petrified after seeing my affinities. I laughed in my head. Ding. The other part of the system has awakened. The arrived he. I smiled, thinking about those who will be unfortunate enough to get on his bad side. Ding. The chat room function is now available. Chat room? Tetsuya you finally arrived huh? Wakasa ho. You're approaching me? Tetsuya how can I smack your butt without getting close? Wakasa that's child abuse. Tetsuya doesn't count if we both are kids though. Wakasa shut it. Wakasa so we got scammed didn't we? Tetsuya we still have a very big advantage over others, so why bother? It's not like we had an advantage when we killed those guys. Wakasa yeah. So what about your skills and talents, they need a quest to unlock right? Tetsuya yeah. Wakasa so we'll meet directly at the academy. I am not allowed to go out of the clan's compound until I start my academy, so my quests will probably be inside the compound as well. Tetsuya that's so. Well, we can't do anything about that. Oh right, I have 2 Kekkei Genkai instead of 1. Wakasa one should belong to the Kurama clan, but what about the other one? Sharingan perhaps? Tetsuya no. I have blue eyes so that can't be. I'll take one from you when you awaken your Mangyeko Sharingan. As for my other Kekkei Genkai, we'll see eventually. Wakasa that's something you ask me before deciding. I need my lawyer right now. Tetsuya yeah. I'll get going then. We should do something and unlock our talents. Wakasa I know. Text me if something interesting happens. Tetsuya okay. The chat room automatically closed and I was left looking at the ceiling like some idiot. I snapped out of my oh so productive ceiling analysis when I felt someone using me as a body pillow while mumbling Mikasa, you should hug your older sister while sleeping UKNOW. Annoying was my only thought. It was the first time someone used me as a body pillow other than Tetsuya. But I didn't move or try to get my oh so lovely sister off me. Family? I wonder how it will be. Guess I can only wait and see. Even if they die it's not like it'll matter anyway. I said in my mind, thinking about my family that we killed together. Their screams were refreshing no matter what you say. Maybe I should write a book about how to live a happy life after killing your family 101 for Itachi. While I was done talking to myself, I could see that it was already morning, so I decided to shake this twerp off me. But before I could do that, a notification came. Bing. Learn more than 3 ninjutsu within 7 days to awaken your ninjutsu talent. Extra rewards will be given if the conditions are completed better than the minimum requirements. Failure. The next quest rewards will be reduced by 10%, while the difficulty will be increased by 30%. I need to increase my chakra reserves. Learning 3 ninjutsu should be able to increase them. I thought as I looked at the twerp still trying hard to not let go of me, looks like I need to be a good little sister. While that was happening in the Uchiha compound, Tetsuya also received his quest to unlock his talent. Bing. Get recognition for your hard work and devotion towards kenjutsu sword techniques from the best swordsman in Konoha Tsukumo Haddock. Awards. Unlock your kenjutsu talent. Extra rewards will be given if the conditions are completed better than the minimum requirements. Failure. The next quest rewards will be reduced by 10%, while the difficulty will be increased by 30%. The penalty isn't death. I was kinda surprised. The system has no authority over the life of the host. Quests for unlocking talents can't be denied, but normal quests can be denied if the host wishes to. No death threats. That's different from all the fanfics I've read. I thought. And of course it is. Can't let the MC die in the second chapter. What was that? I thought as I heard some murmuring sound. The fourth wall. Ooh. The door suddenly opened with a sound that came straight out of a horror movie. And a man in his late 20s with black hair and blue eyes entered the room. It was Heiichi Shiba, Tetsuya's father. Although our hair and eyes matched, I hardly look like him at all. Tetsuya, good morning, said Heiichi with a smile. I felt somewhat weird since I never had a father in my previous life, but I still smiled and said, good morning, father. I came to tell you that I'll be leaving the village for a while. There's an important mission that needs to be taken care of. Heiichi said with an apologetic look since he wasn't able to spend time with his son who only had him to talk to. It's alright, father. I said with a look of understanding, which looked funny on a 4-year-old. But my acting skills made up for that. Heiichi smiled, looking at his son acting like a grown-up. Alright, I've prepared your breakfast. I'll be leaving first. Take care, father, I said as I looked at his back. After taking a bath and eating my breakfast, I picked up a sword that Heiichi gave Tetsuya when he turned 4. It had a black blade with a design similar to the Nichiren sword from Demon Slayer. It must have cost a fortune to buy this sword. After locking the door, I left the house with a smile and a sword. While moving randomly I came across many places that I kind of recognized from the original series. It was the 45th year from the birth of Konoha, decades before the original plot began, so things will be different. While walking aimlessly, I came across a shop that sells ninja tools. Outside the shop, a man with silver hair and a handsome face. A short sword on his back. Wearing the typical Jonin uniform with the Uzumaki clan logo on its back. Found you? I smiled as I looked at my target. Tsukumo Haddock, who'll be named White Fang of the Leaf during the Second Shinobi War. Double air of fourth wall just in case. System, open chat room. Chat room? Tetsuya, hey. What's your mission? Bakasa learned 3 ninjutsu in 7 days. The rank of the jutsu isn't classified, so I plan on learning the 3 basic ones for now. Tetsuya, why? Bakasa, I don't want to use hand seals, so I'll learn to mold my chakra without them. If I learn too much with hand seals, it'll be hard to forget. What about your mission? Tetsuya, get recognition from Tsukumo Haddock regarding swords. Bakasa, that's gonna be tougher than it looks since there's no time limit. Tetsuya, it'll take around a month. Bakasa Academy starts in 5 months, you know. Don't be weaker than me. Tetsuya, oh. Then how about a bet? Bakasa, the weaker one will do one thing the stronger one says. How about it? Tetsuya, anything. Bakasa, yeah. Tetsuya, you should be careful with your words. The chat room closed as I left. Looking at Tsukumo who's busy with another ninja and a Jonin vest, I walk up to him, he doesn't react, but I'm sure he knows I am here. I pull his vest and say, hello. He turned around and asked with a smile, hello. Do you need anything? The kid with a sword piqued Tsukumo's interest. I didn't say anything, just pointed my finger toward the short sword on his back. He was slightly surprised by my action, but didn't have much of a reaction. Do you want my sword? He asked. I shook my head and said, I have my partner, I don't need yours, while pointing at the sword hanging on my waist. Tsukumo smiled when he heard me say partner rather than a sword. Others might not understand, but to a swordsman, their sword is the most reliable partner they can ever get. He was starting to like the unknown kid and asked, so what do you want from me then? I didn't beat around the bush and bluntly said, teach me how to use a sword. With a look that was screaming I won't give up. Tsukumo didn't know what to say, so he instead asked, "What's your name, kid?" "Tetsuya Shiba," I replied without a delay. "You're Shiba-senpai's kid?" Tsukumo asked. "Yes." Tsukumo knew who Heiichi Shiba was as he was pretty famous as the strongest genjutsu user in Konoha. And Tsukumo had done missions with Shiba more than once, but that guy will always tease him, saying that he might never get a girl. "Then why do you want to learn kenjutsu? You can ask your father for genjutsu lessons anytime you want." Tsukumo was somewhat confused. "Because I can't reach my goal with genjutsu alone," I said with a straight face. "What's your goal?" The jonin Tsukumo was talking to suddenly asked. This conversation was certainly entertaining for him. "To be the strongest shinobi." Both Tsukumo and the jonin were surprised as most kids say their goal is to become the Hokage, but Tetsuya said the strongest shinobi, which means beyond Hokage. Tsukumo pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll teach you for a week, after that I'll be out of the village for some time. When I come back and your progress is good then I'll teach you." "Thank you," Tetsuya said, certainly happy that Tsukumo agreed before asking, "By the way, what's your name? If you didn't know who he is, why did you ask him to teach you?" The jonin asked again. "He is the strongest person I have ever seen holding a sword. Others are strong, but no one uses a sword." Tetsuya was thinking about applying for an Oscar when he saw Tsukumo's expression. "I am Tsukumo Haddock. Nice to meet you." I nodded and said, "When can we start training?" "How much time do you have for training?" Tsukumo asked. "I am free this week as my father is out for a mission and won't be back anytime soon." "Do you know where the Haddock clan's residence is?" I shook my head as I didn't know. "Pack your clothes and stuff for a week. I'll come and pick you up at your house in 2 hours." The perfect kidnapper. I thought while nodding and left. Since Tsukumo said that he'll pick me up then there's no need to worry. Although not detailed, his character and reputation were that of a trustworthy fellow. After 3 hours passed, I was standing outside of my house with a bag and a sword. Suddenly a blur appeared in front of me, which then turned into Tsukumo. "Can we go now?" I asked. "Sure." Tsukumo picked me up like a rag doll and started running over the roofs. If I was a normal kid, this will leave PTSD, I thought as I looked straight as I saw the academy where some kids were throwing shuriken here and there. Before I knew it, we were standing in the forest behind the Hokage rock. "Well, let's start. Show me your sword skills," Tsukumo said while looking at me with a smile. I didn't answer, just charged at him while taking my sword out of its sheath and slashing it towards him with all I've got. Even though I don't have my talent unlocked, the previous owner did practice with his sword a lot. Tsukumo looked amused as he stepped to the side before moving his right leg in front of my legs and the sound of something hitting the ground came along with a child's painful groans. Needless to say, that child was me, and the thing that hit the ground was my freaking head. "Is that self-taught?" Tsukumo asked. "Looks like he didn't notice the cut I just got on my cheek is already gone," I thought, praising my regeneration ability. "Yes," I said as no one ever taught me how to use a sword. I just picked it up from the previous user of this body. "I see. This kid's talent is good and he is dedicated to kenjutsu," Tsukumo thought with a smile. "I'll start teaching you now so be careful," Tsukumo said with a serious face. I just nodded and started my training for real. After a week passed since the training began and Tsukumo left the village not too long ago. He said that if I were to pass his test then he'll train me in his skills. I also got some basic things like a guide to chakra control and how to transform the nature of one chakra. Now after training my kenjutsu, I start training on how to mold my chakra without using hand signs. It's hard but nothing like my almighty chakra manipulation. It'll take time, but I'll be able to use jutsu without using hand seals at all. The training is quite simple, use a hand seal once, focus on the way your chakra moves, and try to replicate it. Good luck doing it without the almighty chakra manipulation talent. While I was training chakra control, I noticed some kind of energy in the environment, which I concluded to be natural energy. I tried moving it, but it's hard, even for me. Probably because I lack practice with normal chakra. I can absorb a bit of it in my body to make it stronger though. I snapped out of my self-talk when I heard a notification pop up. "Chat room? Mikasa, hey. My mission is completed. Tetsuya, which 3 ninjutsu did you learn?" "Mikasa, transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique." "Tetsuya, what about hand seals?" "Mikasa, I can mold chakra for monkey seal without my hands now." "What about you?" "Tetsuya, I can do the bird seal without using my hands." "What about the ninjutsu talent you got?" "Mikasa, it's great. I can understand a jutsu just by looking at it. When my sharingan awakens, I'll be like a superior version of Kakashi with my chakra control talent." "Tetsuya, which element are you focusing on?" "Mikasa, fire and wind for now. I'll learn the other elements to do what Kakashi did later." "What about you?" "Tetsuya, all of them." Mikasa, you are still a psycho, aren't you? Itachi, forget about that. Send me those 3 techniques you learned. Ask your system how to do it. Mikasa, okay. Body replacement technique. Clone technique. Transformation technique. Do you wish to transfer this information to your brain? Yes, I said, as all the information about the techniques was printed on my brain. I didn't practice them right now cause I have more important things to do. Even if the information was printed on my brain, it doesn't mean I can skip training in these techniques. After all, this is just theoretical knowledge. My training schedule is very simple, 5 hours of Kenjutsu training in the morning and the rest of the day for the chakra control training. While training 1 element per day, a week passed. Tsukumo will return to the village tomorrow. Tsukumo came back from his mission and after a day of rest, he came to our training place. After my test, or more like a beating session for me, he accepted me as a direct student. Although my Kenjutsu talent is still locked, learning techniques that you'll teach a 4-year-old kid is still easy, so Tsukumo thinks I have more talent than he thought. Congratulations, host. Quest gained. Tsukumo's recognition complete. Hidden condition, become Tsukumo's disciple. Time taken 15 days. Awards. I Kenjutsu talent awakened. I upgrade a normal weapon to a weapon that can conduct chakra. The 50 points. All the functions of the system are available now. That was way faster than expected, I thought, as it took less than 20 days to complete the quest. I went home not long after that. Tsukumo gave me a scroll with Kenjutsu techniques and said to practice it until I graduate from the academy and officially become his disciple. He must have been thinking it'll take years before I graduated. Poor guy. I thought, imagining what kind of face he'll make when I graduate so young. Itachi host. Takra Peak Genin. Skills. Ikenjutsuf. Talents. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. B all elemental affinities. If Kenjutsu, sword techniques. B Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, unawakened. Elemental affinities. I fire 1%. I water 1%. B earth 1%. If wind 1%. B lightning 1%. I yin yang. Natural energy. Deke Genkai. I unawakened. I unawakened. Inventory. 10 empty slots. Shop. Borrow. System, how does borrow work? I asked. It allows the host to borrow lesser versions of skills and talents from your partner. How much the host can borrow will depend on how much your partner has mastered them. As for Keke Genkai, the host can borrow certain types of enhancement from it. For example, when your partner opens her mangyeko sharingan, you will be able to draw out a certain skill from it, like Susanoo. That ability is so broken even with restrictions. I thought, genuinely surprised. But Mikasa's mangyeko ability will be interesting to see. What's the storage capacity of my inventory? I asked again. The capacity for each slot is enough to store the whole village of Konoha more than once. The restriction is that you can only store a single kind of item in each slot. If a slot is dedicated to weapons, it cannot be used to store something other than weapons. I see. Can it store humans? I asked, as it'll be very helpful. No, living beings cannot be stored right now. Dead bodies can be stored. So it can be done in the future. How can I take the things inside the inventory out? I said in my mind. It can be done with a thought, what the host needs and how much. As for the distance, the host can summon the things inside the inventory within the 1 meter radius. The distance can be increased later on. That's good. Let's reply to her now or she'll be angry. System, open the chat room. Chat room? Mikasa, you completed your mission so soon. 4 minutes ago. Itachi. He even accepted me as a disciple. Mikasa must have been nice training with someone like him. I've been stuck with Mikoto ever since I asked her to teach me 3 basic jutsu. Itachi, don't whine about something like that. Hey, show me your status. Mikasa, just ask your system about it. Itachi, okay. System, show me Mikasa's status. The chat room disappeared and another screen popped up in its place. Mikasa uchiha. Takra Peak Genin. Skills. I body replacement technique. I clone technique. E transformation technique. IV SHURIKENJUTSUF. Talents. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. E all elemental affinities. IV ninjutsu. B medical jutsu unawakened. I Kenjutsu 10%. Elemental affinities. I fire 4%. I water. B earth. IV wind 2%. B lightning. I yin yang. Natural energy. Deke Genkai. I unawakened. Current limit of borrow 10%. Her Uchiha bloodline gives her a boost for the fire element, Borrow her talent for ninjutsu. I said as I felt my understanding of the 3 basic ninjutsu techniques increase rapidly. System, what about the quest for unlocking our second talents? I asked. The host can wait for the quest to be issued or can learn Fuinjutsu to a certain level to unlock the talent. Then why did you ask me to get Tsukumo's recognition? I could have practiced Kenjutsu on my own. I thought. The first quest needs to be completed and that quest just happens to be the first one. That's so. System, open shop and show me the things I can afford. I said. Shop. Basic. Ninjutsu. Kenjutsu. Dijutsu. Skills. Locked. Locked. These functions are locked, huh? Unlike Kekkei Genkai or talents, we can't just awaken them. I thought, wondering if something interesting will happen. After scrolling through the shop, I bought a chakra hiding technique for 50 points. 50 points were quite a lot since this technique also uses natural energy to hide the chakra. It'll help me learn how to control natural energy better. System, absorb this technique and also send a copy of it to Mikasa with a note saying, learn this and make your chakra appear around high-level genin in the academy. Yes, host. I also need to practice this technique, although, with the system I can understand it instantly, that doesn't mean I can just use it without practice. Mikasa Pav. After having a nice dinner, I came back to my room and stared at the mirror. My eyes started to change from black to red with a ring that has a single tomo. The sharingan. I was able to awaken it without any emotional trauma or anything, is it because of my wish? I thought, well my eyes changed back to their original appearance. It's been 5 months since we arrived in this world. It's been quite boring. I complained, but thinking about how I'll be able to meet him tomorrow brightened my mood. System, status. I said in my head as a hologram popped up in front of me. Mikasa Uchiha host. Takra Peak Chunin faked as a high-level genin. Skills. I body replacement technique. I clone technique. B transformation technique. IV Shurikenjutsud. B shadow, clone jutsu. I fire release. Great fire annihilation. I fire release. Great fireball technique. I wind release. Wind cutter. V wind release. Tornado. X chakra, hiding technique. X earth release. Mud wall. I body flicker technique. Balance. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. B all elemental affinities. IV ninjutsu. B medical jutsu unawakened. I kenjutsu 15%. Elemental affinities. I fire 47%. I water 3%. B earth 4%. IV wind 39%. B lightning 3%. I yin yang 2% 0%. Natural energy 3%. Kekkei Genkai. I sharingan 1 tomo. Inventory. 9 empty slots. Shop. Borrow. I looked at my status and I've to agree that the Uchiha bloodline did give an advantage when using fire release. My yin release also increased by 2%, although I have no idea of how to use it other than activating my sharingan. And being the great elder's daughter, I was allowed in the clan library as I pleased. That allowed me to copy every scroll there is in the clan's library. I can now almost perform all jutsus without hand seals. Except for the snake and ox seals, which will be done in a month or 2. As for Tetsuya, he can't perform ox and dog seals without using his hands. I wonder if he had dinner or not. System, show me Tetsuya's status. Tetsuya Shiba. Takralo Jonin faked as high-level genin. Skills. Ikenjutsuc. I body replacement technique. B clone technique. IV transformation technique. B shadow, clone jutsu. I lightning release. Body enhancement. I lightning release. Chidori. V fire release. Great fire annihilation. X fire release. Great fireball technique. X earth release. Mud wall. I water release. Weather manipulationf. Shi chakra, hiding technique. Shi, body flicker technique. Balance. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. B all elemental affinities. IV kenjutsu, sword techniques. V fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, unawakened. I ninjutsu 15%. Elemental affinities. I fire 28%. I water 28%. B earth 28%. IV wind 28%. B lightning 35%. I yin yang. Natural energy 9%. Kekkei Genkai. I unawakened. I unawakened. B sharingan 1 tomo. I have insight. What the hell is this guy up to? Was all I could say after seeing his status. Don't tell me he turned into a meathead in 5 months we've been away. I thought, but we'll meet tomorrow anyway, I'll ask him about it then. I concluded as I kept looking at his status window. His affinity for natural energy is better than mine, huh? And look at those numbers, it would have been the same if his affinity towards lightning wasn't naturally better. But those thoughts, I fell asleep. I arrived at the academy gate with my mother and Makoto. My mother waved at us as we left. Makoto was 9 years old already but still attends the academy. Although she hasn't awakened her sharingan yet, she is no weaker than a genin. Guess not everybody wants to graduate early. I thought as I looked around. Are you looking for someone? Makoto asked, noticing my gaze lingering around everywhere. I am, I said. Makoto didn't dwell on the matter and left for her class, since all the new students were to assemble on the ground for Hokage's speech. While I was on my way to the ground, my eyes fell on a boy with black hair and blue eyes. Our height was similar. Our eyes met and we smiled at each other. He looked so cute, God, I am dying. I screamed internally, but my face didn't change. I didn't say anything, just moved to his side to stand. I looked at the other kids and found something odd. That trio looks like the Inoshikacho group. Why are they here with new students? As far as I know, they are a year older than us. I thought looking at Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku. After thinking hard about something that isn't Tetsuya, my head hurts. So I promptly decided to give up. Looking around again, I found a blonde kid with blue eyes. It was Minato. After some time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, arrived. I don't like the guy at all. After spouting nonsense for about half an hour, he finally decides to leave. The guy with a Konoha headband that was standing behind Hiruzen like a loyal dog steps forward and speaks, "Nice to meet you all. My name is Kanishi Yama, a chunin of Konoha." He introduced himself and most of the kids had looks of admiration after hearing that this guy was a chunin. Okay. Now we'll have a competition to decide which class you'll join. It'll be a one-on-one with a winner going to the next round each time, Yama said. Looks like even kids from big clans have to take part in this exam. I thought, learning something new about this era. The kids moved towards the area where the competition will happen. All of the kids created a big circle leaving a lot of space in between. The students were divided into teams and by the looks of it, the academy has done its research on the students. Everyone that seems strong is in a different group, so they'll only meet in the last of the matches. The matches were at best boring. Even some kids from the famous clans were just throwing punches around. The strongest except for me and Tetsuya was Minato. Not many kids used ninjutsu because the opponent was too weak. I can't do this, I'll just keep looking at Tetsuya. Yeah, let's go with that. I did a self-assuring pose as I started to stare at Tetsuya, who was looking in the air. Probably checking his status or something. The finals were about to start before a group of kids older than us arrived. We looked at them to see Makoto was with them. Opposite her were two kids with the same face and wide eyes, who probably are the next leader of the Hyuga clan and his brother. Before I could think anything else, the Yama guy said they will also be participating in this competition to bring out the full potential of the new students. Isn't this just a one-on-one for each of us? I thought as there were only 3 of us who haven't lost yet, me, Tetsuya and Minato. The matches will be Hyuga Hiashi vs Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Makoto vs Shiba Tetsuya. Hyuga Hisashi vs Uchiha Mikasa. The Ashi vs Minato was a close fight, but Minato still won. But he was tired, so he decided to forfeit. Makoto vs Tetsuya was obvious. Tetsuya won, but he didn't go hard on Makoto, probably because she is my sister. But really, it's alright, you know. Then my fight with Hisashi started. I didn't drag it on and decided to end it quickly. Just as the match started, I used body flicker technique to appear in front of Hisashi. The kid didn't even have a chance to open his byakugan before I pulled his head towards my right knee and raised my right knee towards his face, and a scream ran through the training grounds, which was silent for some reason. I look at the kid rolling on the ground, his nose crushed, blood dripping from it. That is nice. I thought as I looked at the crowd to see Makoto, her mouth-shaped O must have been surprised to see her little sister is already this strong. To her right, I saw Tetsuya looking at me with a smile that said, "You are still the same." I smiled at him before turning to the teacher who was dumbfounded and saying, "Sensei, he's injured." That snapped everyone out of their daze as the teacher called some medical ninja to take the Hisashi to heal him. After the Hisashi was taken care of, the teacher announced, "Final match, Uchiha Mikasa vs Shiba Tetsuya." Many kids said who they think will win. Every guy supported me and every girl supported Tetsuya. Should I burn these kids? I thought, considering this option seriously. We both came forward, standing in front of each other. Tetsuya turned towards the teacher and said, "Sensei, please increase the space for the fight or others might get hurt." The teacher thought about our performance from the previous matches and nodded as he told the students to move back. They were somewhat dissatisfied with this, but still complied. Now that everyone was on the other side of the fence, we could have all the fun we need. We increased the distance between each other, looking into his eyes I said, "It's been a while, Tetsuya." He smiled, "Indeed. Ever since we met in our past life, we never separated from each other for more than 2 days, let alone months like this. But it was a new experience. Let's talk after this is over," Tetsuya said. I turned toward the teacher, "Sensei, no matter what happens, don't interfere. More like I'll kill you if you interfere but he will understand." Yama was about to speak up before we both made the seal of confrontation and with a blur, both of us disappeared. Reappearing in the center of the ground with the sound of metal colliding, my right hand was holding a kunai which blocked Tetsuya's sword. He tried to press me down with brute force, but seeing I won't budge he changed his tactic, he leaned towards his left while he raises his right leg and kicks towards my face. I sensed the chakra concentrated on his right leg, so I focused my chakra on my left hand blocking the kick, but I ended up flying from the impact. As I was about to land I already prepared my next attack. High release. Great fireball technique. And she didn't say the name of the technique. It is just for you guys. If the name is marked with N they are saying it out loud. The giant fireball made its way towards Tetsuya. I could hear gasps of astonishment from the audience, but I ignored it. Tetsuya formed some random hand seals and kneeled, both of his hands on the ground. Earth release. Mud wall. The wall made of mud appeared between Tetsuya and the fireball, that wall looks too weak. I thought as the fireball destroyed the wall and hit Tetsuya who disappeared with a puff. Shadow clone. Suddenly I felt a shiver run down my spine and before I could react, my body was cut in half. My body turned into a wood log as I flicked behind Tetsuya, he grinned, I felt something was wrong, so I stepped aside and suddenly 3 kunai hit Tetsuya's back before he disappeared with a puff again. I couldn't wait any longer as I activated my sharingan, dodging his sword. If that wasn't enough, a burst of lightning chakra appeared around him, enhancing his speed. The sudden increase gave him an advantage over me, so I quickly threw a kunai with an explosive tag between us. He stopped for a second and that was my time to step back. I used my body flicker technique to appear in the position I was standing at the start. Boom. The explosive tag did its job. Before I could do anything, a fireball came right through the explosion towards me. I smirked, fire is my speciality you know, and created my own fireball enhanced with some wind chakra to counter it. The fireballs collided and an explosion bigger than the previous one occurred, a hole was created in the ground. I was about to use my body flicker technique to move, but it was already my defeat as I felt a sword placed right next to my neck, a drop of blood escaped from the small cut. I turned around, didn't realize my sharingan was still active as I said, "It's your win. We both had cards to play, but we can't. What we did just now is a league above what a low-level chunin can do. It will bring quite a lot of trouble as it is, but it was fun." I looked at the smiling Tetsuya again before I frowned, his eyes started changing colors, similar to how my eyes change when I activate my sharingan. But it wasn't sharingan. The white part on his eyes turned blood red, while his iris turned black from its original blue, and his pupil changed into a blood red minus sign. It was the Ketsurikan or the blood dragon eye, which can stand on equal footing with the sharingan and byakugan. Third-person POV. Before Tetsuya could understand why Mikasa was looking at him like she saw a ghost, Mikoto ran towards her and hugged her while saying, "It's alright, you'll be able to beat him next time when you're used to your sharingan." After saying that she realized something and shouted, "You awakened the sharingan." Mikoto's shout snapped everyone out of their dreams and Yama ran towards them. He looked surprised seeing a 5-year-old kid awaken her sharingan, but what he was more surprised about was that another 5-year-old kid awakened a Dojutsu he didn't know about. Tetsuya looked at Mikasa with a face saying what the hell is going on. She struggled to get out of Mikoto's hug who then started sulking while mumbling something about being a good big sister. Mikasa said, "Just look at your eyes." Tetsuya didn't understand why, but did what she asked, "System, open the front camera." Tetsuya looked at the hologram which showed his face with eyes that aren't his. The Ketsurikan. Why me? How troublesome. I'll just think about it when those old guys question me later, and this matter was pushed to the back of his head. While Yama and Mikoto were looking at the Ketsurikan with curiosity, Tetsuya turned to Mikasa and asked, "How do I deactivate this?" Mikoto thought just cut off the chakra supply, what's so hard about it? Although she didn't awaken her sharingan yet, she was taught everything about it by her family. Mikasa understood that this is because of his chakra manipulation talent, that he doesn't even need to maintain his Dojutsu on his own. Focus on stopping the flow of chakra towards your eyes. You probably don't feel it because you are maintaining it without even realizing, she said with a smile. As Tetsuya did just that, he understood that this was done as naturally as breathing, that's why he didn't notice, as he stopped this flow of chakra his eyes turned normal. He thanked Mikasa for her help, but she waved it off. Yama then announced that classes will end here and all of the students can go home. He had a lot to report to the Hokage. While the kids ran towards the gate, Mikasa approached Mikoto and said, "I'll come back later." "Where are you going?" Mikoto asked as she thought Mikasa must be tired from all the fighting. "I promised to hang out with Tetsuya before the match," she said to Mikoto while giving a death glare to the girls who tried to approach Tetsuya. Mikoto looked at Tetsuya, who in return smiled at her. She thought it'll be good for Mikasa to have a friend her age, so she asked Tetsuya to look after Mikasa and left. Tetsuya and Mikasa looked at each other before using the body flicker technique to disappear, leaving the remaining kids dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, all the clan heads were having a meeting about the unrest happening between the shinobi villages. From the looks of it, another war is inevitable. In between the serious discussion, the door opened and a chunin entered. It was the academy teacher, Kenichi Yama. Everyone in the room frowned. Needless to say, it's very rude to interrupt a meeting like this, but they also understood that if someone has the guts to barge in like this, something must have happened. "The Hokage, here is in Sarutobi," said. "Yama, what happened?" "Hokage-sama, it's about Uchiha Mikasa and Shiba Tetsuya." The Hokage and the current Jonin commander, Naruto, frowned after hearing those names. "What about Mikasa? What about Tetsuya?" Two people said at the same time. The first one was the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fukum, and the other was Haddock Tsukumo. Yama understood what they were asking and hurriedly replied, "Nothing bad happened, they both are perfectly fine." The two sighed in relief after hearing that. Yama then narrated what happened today, and needless to say, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Everyone here had different reactions to the news of two 5-year-old kids reaching the level where they surpass most of the genins. Fukum and Tsukumo were all smiles. A 5-year-old unlocking the sharingan is definitely something that'll make Fukum happy. As for Tsukumo, he was just happy that his disciple is doing well. Well, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, almost facepalmed himself after hearing about both of his kids losing to 5-year-olds. But Yama then dropped an even bigger bomb on them, telling them about the unknown Dojutsu that Tetsuya awakened. Everyone frowned hearing about this. While it is good for the village to have a talent like this, having an unknown Kekkei Genkai raises the possibility of them being a spy from another shinobi village. It's very unlikely that any village will waste this kind of talent for something like spying, but it's better to be careful. Danzo was already making plans on how to deal with Tetsuya in case he turned into a threat to the village. He was very cautious because he knew about the power of the sharingan, so he won't let someone so dangerous be inside the village if he wasn't sure of who it was and if he ends up threatening Danzo's position in the future. Although the Hokage and Naruto are sure that isn't the case, they still need to make it appear that they are serious about it. After discussing for 5 minutes, the Hokage said, "Call both Tetsuya Shiba and Mikasa Uchiha in my office right now." To which Yama nodded and left. While this was happening, the whole village and the Uchiha clan were in an uproar about the new geniuses. All kinds of talk about Mikasa and Tetsuya were going on. The Hyuga clan, however, was depressed at how the next clan head and the next head of the branch family lost. Ignorant of what a huge mess they caused, Mikasa and Tetsuya were enjoying their time together. Mikasa sat on Tetsuya's lap while she leaned back on his chest. Tetsuya had his hands wrapped around her waist. They have been sitting like this ever since they arrived here. "I really want to do it," Mikasa said with a voice of longing. "Not until we are teens," Tetsuya said as he kissed her lips. That wasn't very convincing. Mikasa complained for a while, but agreed to what he was saying. While they were having a nice time, Yama came running toward them and was petrified when he saw Mikasa sitting on Tetsuya's lap, looking like she won't get up even if he forced her. These two were fighting like maniacs just a while ago, now they look like they've been with each other for decades. Yama could feel his common sense leaving him, so he decided to get straight to the point and told them about the Hokage summoning them. "Should we kill this ill omen?" thought both Tetsuya and Mikasa as a shiver ran down Yama's spine. "Lead the way," Tetsuya said, one last time squeezing Mikasa in a hug before kissing the back of her neck. Yama didn't see this as he was already on the way. After a couple of minutes, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Opening the door, both of them stepped in. Everyone in the room got their interest piqued as Tetsuya and Mikasa were holding hands. As far as they know, they met today for the first time. How come they're so close already? Fukum was even more shocked, as he thought Mikasa didn't even let a boy near her ever since she was born. She even shooed Fugaku away, her future brother-in-law, but now she's acting so friendly with someone she met today. "I see you two are getting along well," the Hokage said with a smile. "Indeed, thank you for asking," Tetsuya said with a harmless smile. "You guys should know why you were called," Tsukumo said while looking at Tetsuya. "What do you mean, Tsukumo-sensei?" Tetsuya tilted his head, feigning ignorance. He is Tsukumo's disciple. That was what everyone present thought. Sakumo never taught anyone, he didn't even take a team of 3 genins, so having a disciple out of nowhere was a surprise for everyone. After all, being picked as a disciple by a caged tier ninja means that Tetsuya's talent is good. Using my name to raise your value? Sakumo thought. This kid is too clever for his age. Mikasa, I heard you awakened your sharingan. Fukum asked, even though Yama told him, but he still wished to see for himself. A 5-year-old awakening sharingan was unheard of. Everyone looked at Mikasa as they all wanted to see. She didn't bother answering, turning towards Fukum, her eyes changed as she opened her sharingan. When they saw this, they finally believed what Yama said was true. What about your taijutsu, Tetsuya? Sakumo said. The Hokage just watched as he already knew the kid was innocent but couldn't do anything. And that's what Hiruzen did his whole life, he just ignored this kind of thing. Tetsuya looked at Sakumo as his eyes changed to Ketsurikten. Everyone present was surprised at this unrecognizable taijutsu. Especially Fukum and Hiashi were shocked when they noticed that this unknown taijutsu was strong enough to rival the Sharingan and byakugan, even if they didn't know about its abilities, they were able to sense the power coming from Tetsuya's eyes. I have seen this taijutsu somewhere, Fukum said, gaining everyone's attention. You must have. This taijutsu has a history with the Uchiha clan. Tetsuya replied with his usual carefree attitude. He didn't plan anything for this meeting, but his goal was to spout nonsense. Shanksu level nonsense. What do you? Before Fukum could complete what he was saying, the door opened and a man in an Anbu uniform with a fox mask walked in. Shikado was resisting the urge to go and sleep somewhere. Anbu commander, why are you here? Hyuga Hiashi asked. Everyone looked at the Anbu commander as they missed the looks on the faces of the Hokage, Shikado, Fukum and Sakumo. Fukum now understood why the Hokage didn't say anything about Tetsuya being a spy. The Anbu commander ignored Hiashi, looking toward Shikado. Why wasn't I informed of this matter, Shikado-senpai? Shikado, while trying his hardest not to leave, said, it was just to satisfy those who had doubts about Tetsuya. But now that you're here, it doesn't matter, and the smartest mind in Konoha, the Jonin commander, gave up. What do you mean that it doesn't matter? That boy is under the suspicion of being a spy from other villages. Kaheru said. Say something like that about my son again and you're dead. The Anbu commander, or Heiichi Shiba to be precise, said while removing his mask. Your son? Not only Kaheru, but everyone except the 4 who already knew were surprised. Heiichi was appointed in the Anbu by the second Hokage when he was 15. The one he swore loyalty to was the village. Now that his son was suspected of being a spy, he was naturally angry. While this was going on, Tetsuya was busy with the re-evaluation of his naive-looking father. Who knew the ordinary special Jonin was the Anbu commander? Looks like the title of the strongest Jinjutsu user is nothing but a cover. He smiled, thinking of the funny development. Well, it's understandable that Heiichi wasn't able to spend his time with me. He probably regrets that he wasn't able to be the father his son deserved. That may be the reason he didn't ask about my sudden increase in talent. It won't be weird for me to hide it, since we aren't all that close anyway. But the previous me knew how much Heiichi loves him, so he wasn't resentful or anything. After discussing everything, the only question that remained was what is that unknown taijutsu? Tetsuya then explained the history of the Chinook clan and how they were framed for something they didn't do and the Uchiha clan coming after them. While this was going on, Fukum was having a headache as he can already see the kid trying to get revenge against the Uchiha. And with the potential of this kid, he doubted the Hokage will let them do anything, since the only thing keeping the Uchiha clan suppressed was him and the Great Elder. This was also the reason why they were dealt with by Danzo. By the sudden death of the Great Elder and the clan head, Hyugaku's position wasn't all that stable when he became the clan head. Tetsuya finished his storytelling session when Heiichi asked, how do you know about it? He didn't stop Tetsuya when he started to explain, but was curious about how the kid knew it. Mother sealed some memories and her last words inside my brain, the trigger being my Ketsuriken, Tetsuya said as Heiichi had a sad face, missing his wife who died not long after Tetsuya's birth. So kid, do you hate the Uchiha clan? Fukum decided to get straight to the point without beating around the bush. I am not from the Chinook clan, and they are already down to a few survivors. As you can see, I am close to the Uchiha clan if I say so myself. Tetsuya said while lifting his right hand which was holding Mikasa's left hand. How close are you? Fukum asked. She's mine. He's mine. Tetsuya and Mikasa replied while Fukum wanted nothing more than a good drink. You do know the Uchiha clan forbid relationships with outsiders, Fukum asked. While incest is fun, we have already decided, Tetsuya said like it was natural, thinking about something very inappropriate for this situation. Do whatever the hell you please, just pay a visit to the Great Elder sometime soon. Fukum decided to give up, thinking the kids will get over this game soon enough. And this is Great Elder's problem now. While everyone was enjoying Fukum getting a headache, Tetsuya said something that they didn't expect, we would like to apply for early graduation. Graduation straight after getting into the academy. That's gotta be the most ridiculous thing they ever heard. Shikado then said, very well. Just show the 3 basic jutsu that are required for graduation and your knowledge about ninjutsu. Shikado can see that if he didn't shoo these kids away now, he'll have a hell lot of work because of them. Alas, only if he knew he was digging his own grave. Itsaya and Mikasa did just that and were given Konoha headband, signifying their status as genins. And so, the graduation record which will never be broken was created. What do you want to learn? Shikado asked so that he can give these troublemakers to someone else. Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu for me. Medical jutsu for her. Tetsaya said while Mikasa nodded. Ukam sighed again at the sight of the unruly girl who'll beat kids up standing hand in hand with Tetsaya like a loyal wife. You already have Tsukumo to teach you Kinjutsu, but you want to learn Fuinjutsu as well. Shikado thought as to why Tetsaya wanted to learn Fuinjutsu. Interest, Tetsaya said. Shikado thought about it for a while before saying, Hokage-sama, how about Mito-sama train Tetsaya and Tsunade-sama train Mikasa? We can recommend them, whether they take them or not is up to them. The Hokage thought that this might be able to help Tsunade with her depression after losing her brother, and Mito Uzumaki was mostly alone, so she might try teaching him as well. Very well, I'll recommend you too, but taking you as disciples depends on them. Shikado hurriedly said, it's decided then, you'll be informed about your schedule soon. Until that happens, you'll be under Tsukumo. The meeting ends here. Without any time to complain, Tsukumo resigned to his fate and looked at the 2 kids in front of him. While this was happening, Tetsaya and Mikasa were looking at the hologram in front of them. That accepted as a disciple of Mito Uzumaki. Reward. Fuinjutsu talent. Additional rewards will be given depending on how the quest is completed. Failure. Your Kinjutsu skills will regress from rank C to rank F. Accept quest YN. You can regress my skills just like that. Tetsaya thought as he looked at the hologram in front of him. The thing that'll regress won't be the host's actual skill. It'll be the skill that's registered in the host status. The skill registered in the system won't decrease even if left unused. So the host's Kinjutsu skills will drop to F if the host doesn't use it for a long time. Oh. Well, accept the quest then. Said Tetsaya in his mind. While Misaka looked at the hologram in front of her. That accepted as a disciple of Tsunade Senju. Reward. Medical jutsu talent. Additional rewards will be given depending on how the quest is completed. Failure. Your shuriken jutsu skill will be deleted. Accept quest YN. What do you mean my shuriken jutsu skills will be deleted? Unlike other things, I've trained them myself. They aren't even related to my talent. Mikasa frowned a little. It'll be uncomfortable to lose the skill that she practiced herself for some quest. The removal means that the skill won't show in the host status. Unlike normal skills, the skills shown in status won't decrease over time, even if the host doesn't use them. The failure of this quest will remove that privilege from the shuriken jutsu skill. I see. That's acceptable. Mikasa concluded before accepting the quest. Third-person POV. It's been 20 days since their graduation, and both Tetsaya and Mikasa were now seriously considering if they should go Rouge later or do it now. They were told to learn the basics of Fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu for a month before meeting Tsunade and Mito while training under Tsukumo and doing some missions. No one ever told them that they'd be running around the village completing errands. A newly graduated genin must complete some D-rank missions before going on missions outside the village. Their routine in these 20 days has been learning about Fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, getting beaten by Tsukumo and practicing their skills in elemental chakra while learning Jinjutsu from Hade. And now, Mikasa and Tetsaya were in their regular training grounds, waiting for Tsukumo to come and beat them up in the name of training. The kids resigned to their fate as Tsukumo appeared out of nowhere. We have a mission outside the village, pack up and meet me at the main gate in 3 hours, Tsukumo said and disappeared. Tetsaya and Mikasa were looking forward to this very much. They went to Tetsaya's home and informed his father while he packed his stuff inside his inventory. After some time, they reached the Uchiha clan's compound, walking while holding hands like they usually do. The clansmen who knew Mikasa's attitude towards boys couldn't help but be surprised, while some kids were of course jealous. They reached Mikasa's home after walking for some time. Entering the house, they moved towards the main hall. A man in his early 40s was reading some scrolls. He was the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Akito Uchiha. Along with him was a woman in her late 30s who looked similar to Mikoto from the original work. She was Misaka Uchiha, Mikoto's mother. You finally decided to come home after 3 weeks. Akito said. Yes, for the past 3 weeks, Mikasa was with Tetsaya while sending a new shadow clone to her house regularly. There's no way she could have fooled her father, the clone was just a formality. Akito knew his daughter wasn't stupid, at least Mikasa, so he didn't do anything. It's been a while, father, Mikasa said and introduced Tetsaya. Her parents didn't have much of a reaction as their daughter and Tetsuya's relationship was well known, but a smile appeared on Misaka's face when she saw how happy her daughter was next to Tetsuya. The reason why members of the Uchiha clan didn't say anything was that Akito and Fukum were keeping them in check. "It's nice to meet you, father, mother," Tetsuya said with a smile, looking at Akito and Misaka. Akito sighed and said, "You two are 5 for God's sake, forget it, why are you here?" Age is just a number, mortal Tetsuya thought, receiving enlightenment. "We are going out on a mission with Tsukumo-sensei, he said to pack up our stuff, and here we are," Mikasa said. Akito thought that it might be dangerous for a 5-year-old to go outside, but since Tsukumo was the one going, he wasn't all that worried. Tsukumo was one of the few people who didn't look at the Uchiha with fear or hate, but is a part of Konoha. "Be careful," said Akito. Mikasa nodded and left. After packing her stuff in her inventory, they ran towards the main gate of the village. Unlike his son, Tsukumo is very punctual. The last thing they want is for their training to be doubled because they were late. After reaching the gate, they were greeted by an angry Tsukumo. They prepared for the worst, but he simply said to follow him. While following Tsukumo, Tetsuya looked at his status. Tetsuya SHIBA host. Takrolo JONIN faked as high-level genin. Skills. IKENJUTSUC. I body replacement technique. B clone technique. IV transformation technique. B shadow, clone jutsu. I lightning release. Body enhancement. I lightning release. Chidori. V fire release. Great fire annihilation. X fire release. Great fireball technique. X earth release. Mud wall. I water release. Weather MANIPULATIONF. Shi chakra, hiding technique. Shi, body flicker technique. Ziv Chidori variations included. XV Rasengan. Zvi Sealess Chakra MOULDING all 12 basic seals. Zvi, mystical palm technique. Zvi wind release. Wind storm. Balance. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. BE all elemental affinities. IV Kenjutsu, sword techniques. B Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, unawakened. ININJUTSU 17%. Elemental affinities. I fire 34%. I water 34%. B earth 34%. IV wind 34%. B lightning 50%. By yin yang, 13% 7%. Natural energy 11%. Peke Genkai. I, the Ketsurikan. I, unawakened. B Sharingan 1 Tomo I have insight. Inventory. 9 empty slots. Shop. Borrow. It took Tetsuya a week to create Chidori with the help of his borrowed ninjutsu talent. As for Rasengan, his chakra control is already the best one can hope for, he created it in 2 days. With his chakra control, the more his elemental affinities go up, the more efficiently he can use ninjutsu. He doesn't have a fox with ton of chakra like Naruto, at least not now. As for the yin-yang release, he noticed that he can't actively use it, it enhances the power of his jutsu automatically. He concluded that to make use of it, he'll need to increase his affinity for it. System, show Mikasa's status Tetsuya thought. Mikasa Uchiha. Takrolo JONIN faked as a high-level genin. Skills. I body replacement technique. I clone technique. B transformation technique. IV SHURIKENJUTSUC. B shadow, clone jutsu. I fire release. Great fire annihilation. I fire release. Great fireball technique. I wind release. Wind cutter. V wind release. Tornado. X chakra, hiding technique. X earth release. Mud wall. I body flicker technique. Shi Rasengan. Shi mystical palm technique. Ziv fire release. Firestorm. Balance. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. B all elemental affinities. IV ninjutsu. B medical jutsu unawakened. I kenjutsu 18%. Elemental affinities. I fire 53%. I water 11%. B earth 8%. IV wind 49%. B lightning 5%. I yin yang 8% 3%. Natural energy 6%. Peke Genkai. I Sharingan 1 Tomo. Mikasa told him that it was getting hard to increase her affinity after reaching 50%. It wasn't that it was difficult but more time consuming. Her yin release is increasing very fast ever since the training with Hate. After traveling for 3 days, they reached the border of the land of lightning. Tetsuya finally bothered to ask, Tsukumo-sensei, what's our mission? Oh, you remember that we are on a mission. How generous of you. Tsukumo wanted to beat the kid up but decided to do it in the name of training next time. Tetsuya felt something bad was going to happen but didn't pay attention to it. It's a backup request from the team stationed in the Land of Lightning. They were somehow discovered and need backup. Tsukumo said. Who are the enemies? Mikasa asked. It's the third Raikage's son, his strength should be the same as you two, along with 5 Chunin and a censor Jonin, Tsukumo said. Aren't they too weak for you to come? Asked Tetsuya. Why would the village send a caged tier to deal with some Chunin and a Jonin? This is a trap, they are using the team from Konoha to lure us in, their goal should be to capture the ones who come for the rescue mission to gain intelligence on the village, Tsukumo said as he looked angry. So what are we gonna do about it? Tetsuya asked, he didn't want to jump straight into a trap for some unknown people. What do you mean we? The one who's gonna complete this mission is you. Tsukumo said with a smirk as Tetsuya regretted asking. He was planning to go home, but a notification stopped him. Ding. Kill every member of the ambush party. Leave A traumatized, let both Konoha and Kumo know the power of Ketsuriken. Reward. Black Lightning. Failure. Next quest rewards will be reduced by 50%. Except YN. Looks like I need to put on a good show. Yes. Tetsuya thought as he couldn't help but smile. Mikasa also got the same notification, she didn't need the reward but still accepted the mission. Since Tetsuya wants it, she'll get it for him. Tetsuya Pav. This will be your first time killing, right? Tsukumo asked, thinking of why I am laughing in a situation like this. Indeed, but this is also fun, I said. Just don't mess this up. If someone you can't handle appears, I'll help out. Tsukumo said and disappeared. Let's go, I said while looking at Mikasa who nodded. After traveling for another day, we reached the hideout of the ones we are supposed to rescue. The hideout was a cave in the corner of a valley. After entering the cave, we were greeted by a man with wide eyes, veins popping out around the end of each eye. A Hyuga I thought as the man frowned. Even with byakugan, he couldn't see through our chakra hiding technique which utilizes natural energy. Why did the village only send 2 genins when we informed them about the strength of our enemies? The Hyuga lost all hope. I didn't say anything while he was accepting his fate and suddenly appeared in front of him with my sword on his neck. He was visibly shaken by the sudden development. He realized that the situation wasn't what he guessed and hurriedly said, I apologize, my name is Hyuga Shinso, leader of the team. Shiba Tetsuya. Uchiha Mikasa. Shinso recognized our names, the youngest to pass the academy ever since it was established, the rumors in the village even called us the next Hashirama and Madara. How many of you can fight? Mikasa asked glancing at the end of the cave, a total of 4 people sitting there. 2 of them were the same age as Shinso, one was a guy with a heavy beard and green jumpsuit, he was the eternal genin might die. The one who reduced the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by half and the other was a fairly thin guy with blonde hair, while the other 2 were around 15 years old, genins. The 2 of us can fight, Shinso said while looking at his fellow chunin. The genins thought that they'll be left behind, but my next word surprised them. I see, then you 3 will protect the kids while we deal with those pests. Don't interfere or I'll kill you before they do. I said as I once again held Mikasa's hand before leaving. The 5 of them reluctantly followed. The moment we left the valley, 7 figures appeared, the one leading them was a fairly tall kid with dark skin and a muscular build, looking the same age as Shinso, but was 11 years old, who'll be the 4th Raikage. And the one standing next to him were the only Jonin, the rest of them were Chunin. The one standing next to A was a censor, so his combat ability should be of an average Jonin. Only 2 kids. Is Konoha looking down on us? I was angry about the fact that Konoha had dared to send 2 kids for the rescue operation. This wasn't prepared by the 3rd Raikage, I did it on his own to get his father's attention, but it wasn't worth it. Sama, let me deal with those 2 kids, well the boy is worthless, we can at least enjoy the before the censor could finish his words, I held him by the neck, bringing him down to his knees. A was visibly shocked as he didn't even notice my movements, but before he could do anything, Mikasa appeared between me and A with her sharingan opened. I looked at A while my eyes turned into the Ketsuriken. He frowned, this is bad, I need to do some. Aya. Before A could finish his thought, he heard a scream full of pain and agony. It was the censor that was now rolling on the ground while screaming, begging for it to stop. While I was grabbing his neck, I used a bit of my chakra to take control of his blood, now his body was being messed up as blood collected in every part of his body, expanding his organs to the point where they were about to explode, crushing every muscle in his body. Every nerve in his body was feeling like he was being stabbed inside out. Blood started to flow out of his eyes and ears, he wasn't able to speak anymore, as all he could do was cry in agony. Well this is fun, I need to test some things out. I brought my hand forward while the test subject started floating in the air. Everyone was silent at this scene. This was a test to confirm whether or not I can fly by manipulating the blood inside my body. I couldn't just pick someone as a test subject in Konoha, as I know there are at least 2 people who were watching me ever since the meeting, and I won't try something like this directly on myself. My hand moved back to its original position as the test subject now floated right in front of me while I said, "If you don't want another round of hell, tell me, how did you guys find out about the team Konoha sent? I know you're conscious, so don't try to buy time." The test subject didn't have any resistance at all and answered, "It was the blonde man from the team, he contacted us in advance." "Mikasa," I said as she disappeared before capturing the blonde man, rendering him unconscious with her sharingan. Please let me go," the floating man begged. "Sure," I said with a smile as his expression brightened before I continued. "Go to hell," I said before all the blood from his body came out of his ears and eyes. He screamed for about 10 seconds before dying with a twisted expression. "The more I use it, the more I like it," I thought as I looked at a bowl made of blood floating right above the dried up corpse with a smile. Everyone including and Shinso were petrified after seeing my masterpiece. Some chunins were shaking. "Mikasa, deal with the cannon fodder." Mikasa nodded and a fireball escaped her mouth and headed toward the petrified chunin. Dealing with 5 of them wasn't hard for her, but bothersome. The only reason I was able to deal with the censor was that he let his guard down and he was the best target for me to torture. Censors don't have high pain tolerance, so his screams were loud enough to scare I could have killed but killing the Raikage's son isn't something I can afford right now. I turned towards the fearful alright, he's scared from that farce, must be his first time seeing something like this, now for the final push. Lightning chakra condensed in my right arm while the sound of birds chirping could be heard. Chidori. It didn't take long for to realize the difference in power between us. His lightning release chakra armor was very weak, Chidori was able to cut through it like butter. Mikasa arrived next to me after dealing with the 5 chunins. I was on the ground, panting heavily. I raised my hand and looked at him with a smile and said, "Farewell, But passed out before I got a notification. Quest completed. Reward. Black lightning. I walked towards Shinso and the others who tied the blonde man with a rope. He was still under Mikasa's genjutsu, so he won't be leaving anytime soon. "Let's go," I said. "What about him?" Shinso asked, looking at "Do you want to kill him and start a war between the 2 villages?" Mikasa said as she looked at Shinso. "We can't kill him even if we want to, the only reason we're still alive is because of Tsukumo-sensei. Isn't that right?" I said looking past Shinso and the others. The tall man with the same features as but long blonde hair and beard and an oppressive aura. The 3rd Raikage. Probably the strongest person alive right now if you exclude the cockroach like Madara. He looked at me with an amused expression, it looks like I piqued his interest. "Aren't you a good actor?" he said with a smirk. "Anyone with some experience can guess what kind of show I planned today." "I just gave your son PTSD, are you sure you don't want to kill me?" I said while pointing my finger towards the still unconscious He was getting on his high horses lately, he should learn a lesson like this, and if he can't even overcome something like this, then he doesn't deserve the position of Raikage. He said with a serious expression. "Fair enough, so what do you want?" I was confident he didn't want to kill me, or Tsukumo would have popped up by now. And the Raikage also knows about Tsukumo being here, so he won't move recklessly. "What's your name?" he asked looking at me and then turning towards Mikasa. "Uchiha Mikasa." "Shiba Tsutsaya." We replied. "I see." He said before picking up the the unconscious "Are all cages laid back as you?" I asked with a smile. "No. If it was Inoki, he would have done everything he can to kill you, even with that guy protecting you. I am not doing it because I want to fight you after you grow up," he laughed before disappearing. "Yup, every cage is insane in their own right. A gambler, a kid with daddy issues, an old man with PTSD, a single hag, and I musclehead. Let's not think about it anymore." I stopped thinking about it, realizing that my N-word pass expired with my death. And it's a joke. "Let's go," I said to everyone. Except for Mikasa, all of them were looking at me like I am some sort of manic. "Who the hell talks to one of the strongest cage like he is your childhood friend?" was what they were thinking. After running for about an hour, Tsukumo popped up. He was probably making sure no one followed us. Even if the Raikage said he didn't plan to kill us, who can guarantee that? 69 words. "You had a lot of fun, didn't you?" Tsukumo said with a smirk while looking at me. I just shrugged my shoulders and pointed toward the guy tied up. "What are we gonna do with him?" "It's not our problem, our mission was to rescue the team and escort them back to the village. This isn't a part of our mission." Tsukumo shrugged, but to us, it looked like he was just being lazy. "Whatever, let's leave the land of lightning first and then we'll take a break," Tsukumo said and then picked up the trader like a rag doll. Nostalgic. After traveling for a day, we reached the border of the land of fire, so we decided to take a break. Well, the 3 of us were fine, the others weren't. Everyone was having lunch while Mikasa dragged me away from the group. Tsukumo didn't bother to ask us where we are going and just said to return before an hour. After we were far enough from the group, Mikasa turned toward me before giving me a black cloth. "What's this?" I asked, curious. "Just drop some of your blood on it," she said. I bit my finger and before it could even bleed, the wound disappeared. Troublesome. I thought before dropping some of my blood on the cloth. As my blood touched the cloth, it wrapped around me like a cloak. Ding. Assassin's cloak equipped. Assassin's cloak. Features. A. Will regenerate automatically when damaged. B. Will change in size according to the user's demand. C. Can be unequipped with a thought. D. Can change color. E. Will clean itself automatically. F. Can reduce the user's presence by 10%. G. Can keep the user's body temperature normal. I looked at Mikasa again, she was wearing a similar cloak. I didn't say anything, just went ahead and gave her a deep kiss. How long will it take for us to grow up? I thought as it's getting harder to control myself. And fret not child, it'll be soon. We returned to the location where everyone was, Tsukumo raised an eyebrow looking at both of us, our bodies covered in a black cloak. "What's with the look?" Tsukumo asked. "It looks cool," I said. The main reason for the cloak was to hide the fact that we don't use hand seals. Although it's not impossible for people to ignore hand seals, it's certainly impossible for 5-year-old kids. In the previous battle, we did use hand seals to make sure no one gets suspicious. "You guys have weird taste," Tsukumo said while shaking his head. Not long after that, we resumed our journey back to Konoha. It took us a total of 9 days to complete the mission. After entering the main gate of the village, Tsukumo told us to go home while he'll report the mission to the Hokage. After walking for a while, we reached the Uchiha clan's compound. They went straight to Mikasa's house. The moment they entered, Mikasa was assaulted by Mikoto, she hugged her while rubbing her face with Mikasa's. Misaka appeared before separating her 2 daughters, which wasn't easy. Mikasa looked bothered, but I knew she wasn't bothered by Mikoto now. "Why are you wearing a cloak?" Misaka asked as she looked at us, we were both still wearing our cloaks. "We are matching," Mikasa said with a smug smile. "Excuse me? What about the we can't show anyone about our no-hand seal trek and all?" "Mom, Tsutsaya will be staying with us for a while," Mikasa continued. "Should I prepare a room for you or would you like to stay in Mikasa's room?" Misaka asked while looking at me. She was probably thinking that I'll be flustered by something like this and decided to tease me. To her surprise, I said, "It's alright, I'll stay in Mikasa's room." Leaving her dumbfounded. While Mikoto was looking at me like I just looted her treasury or something. Just as we were about to leave, the gate opened and Akito entered with a kid who looked around 14 years old wearing a Konoha headband. This kid was Uchiha Fugaku, Fukum's son and the next head of the Uchiha clan. He looked at me with curiosity and some dissatisfaction which probably came from the fact that Mikasa was holding my hand. "How was your mission?" Akito asked while looking at the 2 of us. He didn't even bother to ask about us holding hands, he probably gave up. Mikoto and Fugaku were surprised by this, but didn't dare say anything since Akito ignored it. "It was fun, we killed a bunch of clowns and traumatized another clown," I said while Mikasa nodded. "What kind of detail is that?" Akito wasn't sure, but he felt like they just created a big mess. "You will understand in a week or so, father," Mikasa said with a mischievous smile, which again gave Akito a bad feeling. "So why are you here?" Fugaku finally decided to speak up. "I will be staying here for a while," I replied casually which made him frown. Fugaku was getting more annoyed the longer he stayed here. He has known Mikoto since childhood but was never able to close the gap between them and although he didn't have any ideas about Mikasa, it still hurts his pride that the girl who treated him like a fly was so close to another guy. "Male insecurity is a bitch, I know kid, don't worry." I thought as I was enjoying the situation. While I was getting ready to face slap the young master of the Uchiha clan, Akito said, "Did you tell your father before coming here?" "He probably knows about it even without me telling him," I said as Akito nodded. "There's no way the Anbu commander wouldn't be able to find out his son's whereabouts." "Well, enjoy your stay here," Akito said as Mikasa was already dragging me towards her room while giving a "don't disturb me" glare to the sulking Mikoto. We did nothing but cuddle the whole time before Misaka called us for dinner. While eating, Mikoto was continuously sending me resentful glares. As we were about to leave, Akito said, "A message arrived for you guys, go and visit Tsunade tomorrow for your test." "Okay," I replied as I was getting dragged by Mikasa again. "I won't run away, you know." We left the Uchiha compound the next morning, arriving at the place where the Senju clan stayed, though Tsunade is the only survivor so whatever. It was close to where the Uzumaki clan stayed. I noticed a bunch of people keeping tabs on the place. Must be the Anbu appointed to protect the Jinchuriki. As we entered the gates, a big garden came into our view. There was a beautiful, blonde woman with a man who had light blue hair reaching his waist. Senju Tsunade and Dan Kato. Third person Pav. Tsunade and Dan looked at the two kids approaching them and they had to admit that when these kids grow up, they look extraordinary. But they were confused as to why they were wearing black cloaks like they are on some secret mission. They thought it was some kind of way to look cool, so they ignore it. Well, Dan asked with a smile, "You guys are Uchiha Mikasa. Shiba Tsuchiya." Tsunade understood why they were here, but before she could say anything she noticed that something weird was happening. Tsuchiya looked at Tsunade's bust, then turned towards Mikasa's 5-year-old chopping board. This process repeated for some time but stopped when Tsuchiya noticed Dan's expression. Dan's expression was between that of pity and worry. His eyebrows twitched, sending a message to Tsuchiya, but alas, it was too late. The punch straight in the stomach, before Tsuchiya could even react, Mikasa had done what she wanted to and returned to her normal behavior. Although she didn't mind him wanting to have other girls, she hated being compared to someone. Be it their past life or this, it'll never change. Tsuchiya held his stomach, thinking, I forgot that in this world, her punches will actually hurt. Dan tried to help Tsuchiya out but stopped after getting a move and you-die expression from Tsunade while thinking, sorry young man, I tried. As he prayed for Tsuchiya to reach the afterlife safely. So you're here to become my disciple? Tsunade asked, looking at Mikasa. We both are, Mikasa replied as she looked at Tsuchiya who was ready back in his usual appearance. I see, then let's go, Tsunade said as she started moving towards the big house with Dan following her. Arriving in a room, Tsunade placed 2 fish on the table and said, use the mystic palm technique on this fish. Dan knew kids this young couldn't have such fine chakra control, he understood that Tsunade was pushing the kids away and he couldn't help but feel bad for them. This was indeed Tsunade's plan, the only reason she even bothered to test these kids was that her sensei asked her to. But what happened next shocked both her and Dan. Both fishes started to flutter around and they succeeded. Tsunade could feel that she lived her life in vain as Dan was looking at the two as if they were monsters. While Tsunade wasn't paying attention to the kids, he noticed that their chakra control ability even surpasses Tsunade's, one of the best medical ninja in the world. And she became more famous after being named as a legendary Sannin by Hanzo. Do we pass? Tsuchiya asked with a smile on his face which for some reason annoyed Tsunade. Dan looked at this exchange as he thought, looks like the next few years will be interesting. You both pass, Tsunade said after calming down. As she said that, Mikasa got a notification from the system. Ding. Quest complete. Reward medical ninjutsu talent. Extra rewards 35 points. The extra points were because they both got accepted as Tsunade's disciples rather than just Mikasa. By the way, who are you? Mikasa asked, looking at Dan. I am Dan Kato. It's nice to meet you both. Dan said with a smile. Nice to meet you too, Mikasa said while Tsuchiya nodded. Tsunade-sensei, when can we take our test for Fuinjutsu? Tsuchiya asked as he wanted to get his talent as soon as possible. There were a lot of things he wanted to try. You guys plan on learning Fuinjutsu as well? Dan was surprised as it's very rare for people to learn different skills rather than just mastering one. My original goal was to learn Fuinjutsu, the reason I ended up learning mystical palm technique was to keep her company and extra rewards. Tsuchiya said while pointing towards Mikasa, who was staring at empty air. Tsunade tried her best to ignore the fact that his reason for becoming her disciple was to accompany Mikasa and said, Grandma is busy with the process of selecting her successor. She'll be free after a week or so. Tsunade said. Successor, huh? Both Tsuchiya and Mikasa understood what she meant. Tsunade-sensei, when can we start our training? Mikasa asked, she was very curious about her new talent. I'll first teach you chakra enhanced strength. With your chakra control, you'll be able to learn it within a few weeks or so. Tsunade said to the excited Mikasa, she always wanted to punch down walls but didn't have much time to learn it on her own. Although they both can do basic enhancement without trouble, increasing their strength enough to destroy houses with a punch was difficult. It's been a week since they started training, while Mikasa was already at a level where she could destroy boulders with a single punch. Tsuchiya gave up on the chakra enhanced strength after learning the basics to improve his control somewhat. He had a better idea. While Tsunade and Mikasa were exchanging punches in a not-so-womanly manner, which neither Dan nor Tsuchiya pointed out. Dan was giving taijutsu lessons to Tsuchiya and he had to admit that Tsuchiya is a genius no matter the field. He asked Dan to help him with an experiment but he ended up training Tsuchiya in taijutsu. Dan was about to hit Tsuchiya's chest, but as the punch landed, he noticed that it didn't do any damage. He was surprised and Tsuchiya used this chance to grab his hand and pin him down. Dan could have resisted, but this was just a sparring session so he didn't bother. After a while, all 4 of them were having lunch when Dan suddenly asked, how did you negate my punch before? Tetsuya didn't plan on hiding it, so he just said, "It's the same principle which Tsunade-sensei used for her chakra-enhanced strength, just more complicated. You just have to release chakra out of your body at the place where the attack is going to land, but the catch is that if you use too much chakra, your body will be damaged, and if you use too little, it's useless. It's like a convenient version of Hyuga's revolving heaven. As long as one can do it, they are immune to any taijutsu. As long as it's not guy with 8 gates, hahaha. That's like having a double-edged sword," Tsunade said as she nodded. "The difficult part was to guess your enemy's strength. And I have another way to make use of this technique," Tetsuya said as he moved away from the three. After arriving at a distance, he activated the Eye of Insight which he borrowed from Mikasa and disappeared. It wasn't a body flicker technique, but normal speed. He appeared before the three of them. "This is another application of chakra-enhanced strength, as I call it, chakra-enhanced speed. It's also based on collecting chakra in your feet, but unlike with strength, you have to release amounts of it in a timely manner. And it's highly difficult to maintain such speed without great reflexes. If I were to say, the best thing that goes along with it is the sharingan." Tetsuya explained as he knew even if he told them, they can at best replicate a lower version of both his techniques. Even Mikasa can't do what he did even with her talent. Speed is doable because of the sharingan, but negating physical damage is very difficult for her. She will prefer to burn her enemies rather than do something troublesome. "You're like a freak of nature, huh?" Tsunade said as Dan nodded in agreement. "Oh, looks like Grandma is here," Tsunade said with a smile. She was close to Mito more than anyone right now. After a minute, an old woman with maroon hair, some of which were tied in 2 buns, she was Mito Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Mito frowned upon seeing Tetsuya and Mikasa, as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, she could grasp someone's emotions. As she looked at the 2 kids in front of her, she looked confused because she couldn't read them in any way. While she was confused, Kurama was watching the 2 kids through Mito's eyes. He could tell that something was stopping him from knowing anything about these 2 brats, but he didn't give it much thought. It's not like he can just pop up and ask about it. "It's been a while, Tsuna," Mito said with a grandma-like smile. "Hello, Mito-sama." Dan greeted her. Mito greeted him back with a smile. "Did you accept her as your disciple?" Mito asked while looking at Mikasa. "Not just her, both of them," Tsunade said, shocking Mito. She knew Tsunade had a picky character, so there's no way she'd just accept anyone as a disciple. She was already interested in the kids when she heard rumors about them being the next Hashirama and Madara. A similar scene happened as Mito was shocked when Tetsuya and Mikasa both created basic seals like they were playing. She knew that no one taught them anything, everything they learned was through reading scrolls. In the end, she accepted them as her disciples. Ding. Quest complete. Reward. Fuinjutsu. Extra rewards. 35 points. While they were having a chat, an Anbu appeared. "What's up?" asked Tsunade. With her status, she didn't need to be polite to anyone in the village, let alone a single Anbu. "Tsunade-sama, the Hokage has summoned Shiba Tetsuya and Uchiha Mikasa to his office," the Anbu said before disappearing. "I guess this is it for today," Mito said with a smile as Tetsuya and Mikasa were about to leave. "We'll tag along," Tsunade said while dragging Dan away. Mito, who saw this scene, chuckled and she also left. The 4 of them reached the Hokage's office and were greeted by the sight of Hiruzen, Nara Shikado, Tsukumo, Fukame and Akito, along with Height. "If it isn't the pride of our village," Shikado said with a smile, but the veins on his forehead betrayed him. "What happened?" Tsunade asked. It was rare to see Shikado losing his cool. "Just look at this and you'll understand," Height said as he tossed a black book toward Tsunade. Tsunade and Dan both looked at the bingo book and upon opening it, their eyes widened in surprise. "What the heck did you 2 do?" Akito asked as he remembered what Mikasa said after returning from her mission. Mikasa snatched the bingo book from Tsunade. Both Tetsuya and Mikasa simultaneously thought after reading what was written in the bingo book, "We can finally become pirates." Name: Shiba Tetsuya. Age: 5. Affiliation: Konoha. Threat: Jonin. Rank: A. Goal: Elimination. Abilities: Lightning Release, an extinct taijutsu called Ketsuriken. Only known ability is that it can control blood. Expert Torturer. Reward: 25 million Ryo. Name: Uchiha Mikasa. Age: 5. Affiliation: Konoha. Threat: Jonin. Rank: A. Goal: Elimination. Abilities: Fire Release, Wind Release, Sharingan. Reward: 25 million Ryo. Summary: the 2 were able to dispose of a team with 5 Chunin and 2 Jonin without trouble within an hour. "Would you like to explain how you ended up with a bounty on your head the moment you stepped out of the village?" Fukame asked, clearly irritated. "It's not that big of a deal," Mikasa said. From her perspective, the bounty was too low. Akito almost cursed after hearing this, but still managed to say, "Be careful when you leave the village next time, there are a lot of bounty hunters these days. The bounty of 25 million on our first mission, I wonder how much it'll increase after the war and when we go rogue." Tetsuya thought. Mikasa Pav. "So what will we do now?" asked Tetsuya, already knowing what they'll say. "You two will be laying low for at least 3 years, by then you will be strong enough to retreat even if you face a cage-level shinobi," Hate said, while Tetsuya looked like the textbook definition of a villain thinking something sinister. "Isn't that too much?" I asked, knowing that if this is what Tetsuya wanted, he definitely wouldn't let them have the upper hand. "No, you two are the future of our village, we simply can't risk it." The third Hokage finally decided to speak up. "Yeah, the future rogue ninjas of the Leaf Village." While this was happening, Tetsuya sent me a message through the system. "Chat room? Tetsuya, did you notice? Mikasa, you mean that guy sneaking underground?" Tetsuya, yeah. He has been following us around ever since we arrived back in Konoha. Mikasa, for real? I only noticed it yesterday while training natural energy. Tetsuya, well, it's not like we can do anything right now, let's just get what we can from the situation. I already planned to train for some years, so this is a good opportunity. Mikasa, I'll leave the talking to you then." Everyone was observing us closely, thinking that we were dissatisfied with how they are treating us, so the Hokage asked, "Of course, we won't be unreasonable to just force you into something like this. Is there anything you want?" he asked with a kind smile. Idiot, I thought, trying my best not to laugh. "We would like a personal training place all for ourselves where nobody will disturb us until we come out ourselves." The Hokage just nodded, it wasn't an unreasonable demand. "And I like to donate a jutsu to the village in exchange for one," Tetsuya said with a smile. "Which jutsu are you going to donate?" Shikado asked, he didn't have much hope of it being something good. Tetsuya didn't answer as he formed some hand signs before lightning chakra condensed into his right arm and the sound of birds chirping could be heard. Everyone was surprised as they had never seen this jutsu before, Sakumo probably did. Tetsuya turned off that bird song and said, "This is an A rank jutsu I created, Chidori. Its precision and lethality make it one of the best jutsu for killing. If someone fully masters it, it'll evolve into the S-rank jutsu, Rikiri." He carefully avoided the part of it requiring a sharingan to use properly. I wonder how they'll react after realizing they've been scammed. I thought. After a few minutes of silence, the Hokage asked, "Which jutsu do you want in return for this one?" "The Flying Thunder God," Tetsuya said, while everyone was shocked at first, but then they sighed. Indeed, learning about Flying Thunder God was considered impossible before Minato managed to do it. So they were probably thinking we'll fail. With his talent in Fuinjutsu and my talent in ninjutsu, it's impossible for us to not learn it. The Hokage agreed pretty easily, while I was praising Tetsuya's cunning mind. We got a convenient vehicle for absolutely free. Before leaving the Hokage's office, we were told that we'll be staying at a place not far from the Senju compound. That'll certainly be convenient. And so, we started our training while also learning medical ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu from Tsunade and Mito. After a month of training, when we noticed that Black Zetsu wasn't keeping tabs on us, we started for real. The priority was to increase our affinities with elements and natural energy. While Tetsuya was creating weird seals regularly, I was learning and improving the Flying Thunder God. And so, 3 years passed. Tetsuya Pav. Status, I said in my mind. Tetsuya Shiba host. Takra, high-level cage. Skills. IKENJUTSUA. I body replacement technique. B clone technique. IV transformation technique. B shadow, clone jutsu. I lightning release. Body enhancement. I lightning release. Chidori. B fire release. Great fire annihilation. X fire release. Great fireball technique. X earth release. Mudwall. I water release. Weather MANIPULATIONC. Chi chakra, hiding technique. Chi, body flicker technique. Ziv Chidori variations included. XV Rasengan. Zbai Sealess chakra molding. Zbai, mystical palm technique. Zbi wind release. Wind storm. Zix black lightning. XX Rikiri. Xi combination technique. Hellfire. Xi, flying thunder god. Xi, Kirin. Xiv, natural energy perception. XXV, chakra enhanced strength. Xi, chakra enhanced speed. Xi, negate physical damage. X6, creation rebirth. XXX, strength of 100 seal. XI, ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique. XI, strength of 100 seals natural energy. Talents. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. E all elemental affinities. IV Kenjutsu, sword techniques. V Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. Ninjutsu 40%. Biomedical Ninjutsu 40%. Elemental affinities. I fire 61%. I water 61%. B earth 61%. Iv wind 61%. V lightning 73%. Bi yin yang 47%. Natural energy 59%. Peke Genkai. I, the Ketsurikan. I, unawakened. E Sharingan 3 Tomo Eye of Insight. Inventory. 7 empty slots. Shop. Borrow. I nodded looking at my status. I didn't do much training other than raising my elemental affinities. Especially natural energy. This much should be enough for the experiment. I thought as I played with Mikasa's hair while her head rested on my lap. Let's recreate wood release, I said as Mikasa finally decided to wake up. Cute. Why do you want wood release? It's not like you can't make something similar to the several thousand hands. The one you can do is probably even more dangerous. Mikasa said. First, I can't use it right now. Second, the conditions are too strict. I said as I thought about what I'll do when I leave. That's true. By the way, Black Zetsu didn't show up for the past 6 months, I wonder who he is playing with. Mikasa said. Indeed, Black Zetsu stopped spying on us after I placed my no-spy seal around our house. He's probably sowing seeds for the second shinobi war. I said while thinking about the no-spy seal. It's fairly simple, it absorbs natural energy from the environment and creates a barrier that doesn't allow anyone to spy on us from the outside. They can't see us, hear us or sense us from outside of the barrier. If they wish to, they'll have to enter the barrier and the moment they do, they're dead. I also created a spy seal, which transmits audio to the user, kinda like a mic and receiver. The Hokage gave up on sending Anbu to keep tabs on us. We just captured the Anbu he sent and handed them over to Tsunade. We did try the shadow clone cheat for training, but apparently, our talents only work on our real bodies. So I just created a permanent shadow clone that absorbs natural energy from the environment to maintain itself and let it train, changing it once every few months. Even if the Hokage gave up, Danzo didn't. Now and then there'll be a root agent dying by my hands. It's becoming more of a refresher after training. While we were training, some interesting things happened. Minato graduated from the academy at the age of 7 instead of 10. I wonder how he'll meet Kushina now or learn Flying Thunder God. He now is pretty famous in the village. With OUR Mikasa's help, Tsunade was able to create her creation rebirth way earlier than she did in the original. And of course, I didn't have the diamond mark on my forehead. With my chakra control, I can create the strength of 100 seal anywhere I want on my body. A blue-colored seal on my right hand, which stores chakra, and a black one on my left, which stores natural energy. With creation rebirth, our only problem, which was that we can't regenerate from fatal wounds, is solved. And since we don't have a limited lifespan in the first place, using creation rebirth as much as we want isn't a problem. Tsukumo also drops by now and then to check up on our progress. Even though we weren't directly training to increase our combat ability, it was very annoying that he can still beat us 2-on-1. Like seriously, how strong are you? But now we can make him use his Kenjutsu, so there's progress. With that said, I don't use my chakra enhanced speed or Ketsurikan in our fight. But chakra enhanced speed and the Eye of Insight from Mikasa, my speed should be faster than the 4th Raikage in his prime, along with Rikiri, I'll be a pretty good assassin. The friction between the shinobi villages is increasing, so the clan heads and Hade have been very busy. Even Akito, who visited us every week, reduced it to a few months. The only permanent visitors we had were Mikoto and Misaka. Mikoto also graduated from the academy some time ago along with everyone else. As for the Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai, I have no idea what's going on. My Genjutsu is even better than my father now, but there's no sign of my Kekkei Genkai manifesting. System, show Mikasa's status. Mikasa Uchiha. Chakra, high-level cage. Skills. I body replacement technique. I clone technique. B transformation technique. Iv Shurikenjutsu. B shadow, clone jutsu. I fire release. Great fire annihilation. I fire release. Great fireball technique. I wind release. Wind cutter. V wind release. Tornado. X chakra, hiding technique. X earth release. Mud wall. I body flicker technique. Shi Rasengan. Shi mystical palm technique. Ziv fire release. Firestorm. XV chakra enhanced strength, chakra enhanced speed. Zvi combination technique. Hellfire. Zvi flying thunder god. Zbi natural energy perception. Zix short range teleportation. XX creation rebirth. Xi strength of 100 seal. Xi ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique. Xi, strength of 100 seals natural energy. Xiv, fire release. Fire tornado. XXV, wind release. Great breakthrough. Xvi, Rikiri. Xvi, fly. Xvi, fire release. Fire dragon. Balance. I chakra manipulation. I immortality. The all elemental affinities. IV ninjutsu. V medical jutsu. I kinjutsu 40%. I fuinjutsu 40%. Elemental affinities. I fire 78%. I water 45%. The earth 41%. IV wind 64%. V lightning 40%. I yin yang 41% 32%. Natural energy 47%. Hekkei Genkai. I sharingan 3 tomo. I exploding human technique. Mikasa slacks in anything that doesn't include burning stuff. The only reason she still practices her shuriken jutsu is because of the flying thunder god. I had to practically force Rikiri into her brain. With her ninjutsu talent, she created a teleportation technique that works within 5 meters. It doesn't require marks like flying thunder god. She also borrowed the exploding human technique from me, saying that she'll create fireworks. And an ability from Ketsuriken. She also created a bunch of fire-related ninjutsu. Her strength of 100 seal marks are the same as mine. We both can fly on our own now. I can fly by manipulating the blood in my body, and she just created a technique similar to what Inoki used in the anime. Done with my internal monologue, I sat cross-legged, trying to merge earth and water chakra. It doesn't work. I tried again and again but it failed. I used natural energy along with the 2 elemental chakras and tried to merge them again. It doesn't work. Although the merge was successful thanks to the natural energy, it still lacks the vitality to create wood. I used the same combo with the yang release this time. It does show a reaction but blows up. At least there's a reaction, good. I worked on it for a month before I finally succeeded. That's it. So the reason no one was able to replicate wood release was that they couldn't get the correct amount of yang release to use. The reason why Hashirama was able to do it may be related to his Kekkei Genkai, but with my chakra manipulation talent, I can just imitate the wood release like any normal jutsu. But I still need to practice it more until mixing all the elements becomes an instinct. And after successfully recreating the wood release, I did what any sane person would do, I spammed trees everywhere in the training ground. After the training ground was full of trees, I got rid of them before spamming them again and again until I got tired of it. Mikasa was looking at me like some mad scientist who just succeeded in an experiment. You aren't wrong though. Since the experiment was a success, I decided it was time to go out and have some fun and collect materials. We are almost 9 years old, the second Shinobi War will begin in 3 years. I smiled thinking about it. We went inside since we'll be leaving tomorrow. I opened my eyes as I sensed someone entering the no-spy barrier. It's that guy again, I muttered, before teleporting to the flying thunder god mark near the Anbu. Why are you here? I said to the Anbu, ignoring his surprise at my sudden appearance. The Hokage has summoned Tetsuya-san and Mikasa-san. The Anbu respectfully said. Our status after becoming the disciples of Tsunade and Mito Sword, even the clan heads can't order us around anymore, not that they could before. We'll be there in a while, I said before the Anbu disappeared with a nod. I teleported to the bedroom again, seeing the peacefully sleeping Mikasa, I didn't wake her up. She did a lot of work not too long ago. We were now walking through the streets as if we were on a walk. It's already been 2 hours since the Hokage summoned us, if we are going to be late either way, why not enjoy ourselves? As we reached the Hokage office, I placed my hand on the wall nearby and as I removed my hand, a mark appeared on the wall. This was our flying thunder god mark. Yes, our not my. Like Minato, Mikasa developed her own version of flying thunder god. No matter who learns the technique, they can't use it. It requires a special seal on the user's body which I developed, even Mito will have a hard time breaking it. We entered the Hokage's office and we were greeted by the Hokage, Shikado and my dear old father, Hade. But there were 2 more people, the young kid had blonde hair and blue eyes, it was Minato. And the one standing next to him, the man with white hair and a single red line going down from each of his eyes, Jiraiya. You sure took your time. Hade looked at me, he was clearly angry that I didn't take the Hokage's summons seriously. Don't look at me, she was the one who overslept. I casually pinned the blame on Mikasa's head while she just shrugged her shoulders. Minato, it's been a while, I said like we were old friends. He was visibly surprised that I remembered him but smiled and greeted me. Tetsuya, this is Jiraiya, Tsunade's teammate and Minato's teacher, Shikado explained while I was looking at Jiraiya. Wasn't Jiraiya supposed to teach Minato after he teaches the Amorphins? Did this happen because Minato graduated 3 years earlier than the original? I thought about what seemed like the most plausible theory. The one Tsunade sensei talked about. The pervert, right? Mikasa said. This was indeed what Tsunade told us about Jiraiya. I could hear something crack, probably Jiraiya's heart, which I promptly ignored. The Hokage sighed and said, enough about that. We called you here because of a mission. This is an A rank mission. Your job is to support Jiraiya. It'll also serve as the test for your promotion to Chunin rank. We were too lazy to ask what this was all about, so we just nodded while Minato looked determined. Shikado handed a scroll to Jiraiya before we left the Hokage's office. Okay. We'll meet in front of the main gate in 2 hours. Go and pack your stuff. Jiraiya said as both Jiraiya and Minato left. Let's go and eat something, Mikasa said before dragging me towards Ichiraku Ramen. We already have all the stuff we need in our inventory, so we're free for the time being. We went to the main gate of the village exactly before meeting up with Jiraiya and Minato. After leaving the village, Jiraiya stopped. Since we are going to the mission together, let's introduce ourselves and our fighting styles, Jiraiya said with a big smile. He wasn't just our babysitter, he was also our examiner of sorts. And then he introduced himself as a great sage. He didn't say much about his powers and we didn't ask. Namek is Minato, a speed-type shinobi, wind and lightning release. I am good at close combat, Minato said with a smile. This guy smiles too much. Uchiha Mikasa, large-scale ninjutsu user and a sensor, fire and wind release with sharingan, also a medical ninja. Shiba Tsutsaya, a speed type and a sensor, lightning and fire release with Ketsuriken and Kenjutsu user. We all introduced ourselves. They didn't ask about my Dojutsu, so they must have been informed beforehand. What's our mission? Mikasa asked looking at Jiraiya. It was reported that the Tsuchikage has left the village and left towards the land of wind. The moments of Iwagakure are getting strange, our mission is to gather intel on what's Iwagakure planning and if possible, deal with it. Jiraiya said with a serious look. Huh? There's no way that crafty old man would be this careless. If it was someone else, that would have been possible, but there's no way that Inoki will be this careless with his whereabouts. I thought. Who gave you this information? Because if Jiraiya were to encounter Inoki right now, all he can do is stall for time. The Hokage received it from Danzo-sama, why? Well, that wasn't surprising. Danzo is already trying to remove the next possible Hokage candidates, even though the war is coming. If we ran into Inoki, he'll do his best to kill us, avoiding future problems. By the looks of it, even the idea of our exam was proposed by Danzo, as for Hiruzen, he probably just nodded. Just interested. I shrugged, even if Inoki shows up, we can always use Flying Thunder God and I still need to collect resources. Let's get going. Our first destination is the border of the land of Earth. Jiraiya said. We were traveling with minimum rest for the past 4 days. Since we'll be reaching the border of the land of Earth, Jiraiya decided to take a 3-hour break. We decided on a simple strategy that said, let Jiraiya deal with the main boss while we deal with the mobs. Fairly simple. As I was about to say something, a system notification popped up. A. Kill every member of Inoki's group. B. Make Inoki remember Uchiha Madara through your actions. Reward a new system function. Failure a random system function will stop working. First traumatizing A and now make an old man remember his worst fear. Is this a sadistic system? But still, to think that there will be more functions. Or is it the function that was locked? I thought for a while but eventually accepted the mission. Mikasa also received the same mission, so she also accepted it. We started moving, but slowly since we were in an enemy nation. The land of Earth is just like a big rock. There are rocks everywhere. On our way, we ran into one of Iwa's shinobi, it didn't take long before I captured him. Jiraiya told Mikasa to read his memories. After reading his memories Mikasa said, Iwa's plan is to surprise attack Konoha's outpost on the border of Land of Fire. They have finished supplying everything they need to their base, the main attack force will be arriving tomorrow. Everyone was silent when they heard this, I was silent because of the notification that popped up. Chat room. Mikasa that was a lie. Tsutsaya how much? Mikasa this guy is a rude Anbu. He gave Danzo the intel about the upcoming attack and said that Inoki is already in the base. So the part where Inoki was heading towards the land of wind was something Danzo made up. Tsutsaya how come you can read his memories? What about Danzo's seal? Mikasa there's no seal. Danzo probably hasn't finished it yet. Tsutsaya what about the forces in the camp? Mikasa around 30 Jonin and 50 Chunin with only Inoki as a caged tier. Inoki probably didn't think it would be difficult to capture the outpost since Konoha is under pressure from Cloud and Sand Village as well. Tsutsaya that's troublesome. Mikasa why? Except for Inoki, we can kill all of them. Hell, even Inoki won't be fine after fighting both of us. Tsutsaya there's no way we can get away with killing so many people from an enemy village. Knowing Hiruzen's personality, he'll offer us up to the rock in hopes of a peace treaty. Mikasa so what are we gonna do? Tsutsaya kill them of course. with Tsunade, Mito, and Sakumo along with the Uchiha clan backing us, there's no way Hiruzen can just hand us over. And we can always go Rouge, so why bother? Mikasa, well, we'll get rid of Minato first. It'll be a bother to protect him and fight. That's okay. I closed the chat room while Mikasa killed the rude Anbu looking angry. Such a good actor. Jiraiya probably thought that she was angry at the Rock Village for their despicable methods. We will deal with them before the main attack force arrives. Our goal will be to get rid of their supplies for this mission before we retreat. Jiraiya said. Indeed, getting rid of the supplies will force them to abandon the mission so that in the meantime, Konoha can prepare a counterattack. Around 25 kilometers from us, there were many chakra signatures moving, trying to cover us from all directions. They must have a pretty good sensor if they finally sensed us. We moved for half an hour before Mikasa and I stopped moving. Jiraiya and Minato looked at us, having a bad feeling. We are surrounded. Around 30 Jonin and 50 Chunin scattered around us in a circle. A cage level in front of us. I could see Minato's face turning pale while Jiraiya had a grim expression. If Jiraiya was alone, he could escape with a few injuries at most, but protecting the three of us in this kind of situation was almost impossible. And with his character, there's no way he would even think about it. And with the sad face Mikasa was making, there's no way Jiraiya could say anything. It's still a secret that we both can use Flying Thunder God. Even if I used it in front of the Anbu that day, there's no way he would have thought it was the Flying Thunder God. In just 2 minutes, we were surrounded. There was an old Mawait, a short old man flying midair with a triangular beard and a nose I don't want to talk about. Jiraiya, I haven't seen you in a while and you've grown enough to try and sneak up on me. Inoki said with a smug smile which will turn into cries soon enough. Tsuchikage-sama, it's been a while. Jiraiya was still respectful towards another cage, in front of him at least. I still remember he called Inoki a shrimp before. Before Inoki could say anything, I cut in. Jiraiya, against the senile old man, how long can you hold on? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere changed as Inoki was releasing terrifying bloodlust. To be fair, the only one on our side who was terrified was Minato. It took Jiraiya some time to snap out of my bad joke and he said, 10 minutes maximum, even then you guys won't have a chance to escape. This guy is still thinking about us, huh? I thought before I smiled. Escape? Don't worry, they'll let us go on their own. Jiraiya and Minato were looking at me as if I was stupid while Inoki chuckled. Have you already gone mad, kid? He said with a smile. I just ignored him and walked towards Minato and placed a hand on his shoulder. I can use this only once a day so I won't be coming with you, warn the Hokage about what happened here, I said as I teleported Minato to the mark I left near the Hokage's office. Of course, the part that made it sound like a sacrifice was a lie. Everyone was dumbfounded when Minato suddenly disappeared. He didn't use a movement technique, he just disappeared. Was that Inoki almost shouted after seeing what I did. Flying Thunder God, I said before he could say anything. The look on his face was so funny, I could see Mikasa's eyes were twitching, trying her best not to laugh. Jiraiya finally snapped out of his daydream and asked, where did you send Minato? A building near the Hokage's office. Jiraiya smiled after hearing my answer as Inoki's smile disappeared. He knew about the Flying Thunder God, so he guessed that his plan already failed. But what was more important for him now was to kill me. Jiraiya, buy us 10 minutes. That'll be enough. Mikasa said with a cute smile, but everyone present here felt a chill. It's futile. Said Inoki with a serious face. Are you sure? Jiraiya looked worried. The only ones I can't beat here are you and that old man. What? Are you afraid? I asked. Tsunade rubbed off on you a lot, huh? Fine, do whatever you want, I'll at best manage for 15 minutes. He said as he bit his lips before summoning a giant toad and running towards Inoki. He was probably trying to not get us caught up in his fight. Hey, let's see who can kill more of them, Mikasa said. You already owe me one for our match at the academy, I told her. I didn't talk any further as a bald man came forward and said, don't resist kid, I'll make it painless. You must have a family to be this nice towards an unknown kid from an enemy nation, I said with a smile. I do. He didn't deny it. Looks like they'll lose a family member today, I said with a smile as lightning chakra condensed on my right arm, Rikiri. While activating the Eye of Insight. I pushed my chakra towards my feet and disappeared. With a thud sound, a head fell to the ground with a serious expression. A Jonin died, just like that. The guy with a family was killed without even realizing it. Inoki who saw this was grim, along with the rest of Iwa Shinobi. Jiraiya was also surprised, although he knew that I was strong, he didn't know how much. He almost forgot about his fight with Inoki as he was staring at me. Leave a few of them alive, I need to check something, I said while looking at Mikasa, she nodded. While this was happening, every Iwa Shinobi was running toward us with weapons in their hand or forming hand seals. Third person POV. Tetsuya looked at the Iwa shinobi running towards him, Rikiri in his hands disappeared, he coated his hands in chakra before getting ready for a hand-to-hand combat. As for the reason. He could kill them in a few minutes, but they are precious lab rats. He didn't do much damage to them, just hitting their vitals so that they won't be able to move for some time while sending his chakra to mix in their blood. With his precision and control, none of the immobilized shinobi noticed this as they were trying to get up. While Tetsuya was being careful with his lab rats, Mikasa didn't care about them. Tetsuya told her to leave a few alive, only a few. Her hand changed into the seal of confrontation before a fireball escaped from her mouth. The reason she did this was that it looks cool. High release. Great fireball technique. The fireball was big enough to burn more than 5 people at once, be it Jonin or Chunin, they were burned without any resistance. Although the people think that the Jonin are strong, for Tetsuya and Mikasa they are cannon fodder at best. That of course excludes the goat in a green jumpsuit. Before the rest of the people around the fireball could get out of their shock, 10 kunai with explosive tags around them were making their way toward them. Boom. A series of explosions rang out, gaining the attention of Inoki and Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya said he'll buy time, then he was serious. They didn't have the time to look at the bloodbath on the other side. As they looked down, they saw something they'll probably never forget. Mikasa was standing in a sea of blood. Her eyes were red, shining under the moonlight. She looked around with a smile. As for Tetsuya, he had already incapacitated around 20 shinobi while killing around 15 of them, but still injected his chakra into each of them. His right foot was resting above the head of the guy he killed first. The remaining shinobi were shaking in fear, even the remaining jonin weren't able to move. 2 kids, no older than 10. They couldn't imagine what they'll be like when they grow up. Even Inoki and Jiraiya had the same thoughts, they were just looking at the 2 kids. But that was just the beginning. Tetsuya's eyes changed as he activated the Ketsuriken. Inoki was having a very bad feeling when he looked at Tetsuya but was unable to move because of Jiraiya. Inoki was sure he can kill Jiraiya, but he isn't sure that he can kill him in a short battle. What's happening? My body is moving on its own. A shinobi, who was immobilized, suddenly said as he stood up. Similar scenes were happening all around. Although they moved like dolls, they still had their physical abilities. Everyone watched in silence. Why? A shinobi who was from the immobilized group said before he killed the terrified Chunin in front of him. Bastard. What are you doing? Shouted a young man, but before he could move, a kunai was buried in his head as he fell to the ground. No. I didn't do it, my body is moving on its own. Shouted the shinobi who just killed his companion with his own hands. Another shinobi from the immobilized group killed an Iwa shinobi. Inoki was terrified by what he was seeing, no cage would ever want to see their people kill each other. But here he was, unable to do anything. So controlling a dozen of people is my limit. And as for perfect control, that limits me to only one target. Tetsuya thought as he was having a headache from all the information his brain processed. Kid, stop this madness. Shouted Inoki as his face almost exploded with anger. Tetsuya looked at him as if he was an insect and said, it's Shiba Tetsuya and she's Uchiha Mikasa. Do you understand? Just as Tetsuya finished, with a big explosion, 3 of Iwa's shinobi exploded while taking those around them along the way. What do you want? Inoki got straight to the point since Tetsuya even bothered to keep his men alive, means he wanted something. What do I want? Before Tetsuya could finish, blood came from his mouth, he looked down, seeing that a large portion of his stomach is missing. One could see through with ease. The hole was bigger than the one in Obito's heart. Tetsuya looked back, only to see another Inoki, but this one wasn't a clone, although weaker, it was Inoki. Ishin technique, he muttered, this was the same technique that Mew used in the anime, but Inoki was never shown using it. Inoki was surprised that Tetsuya knew about his biggest trump card. But what surprised him more was that Tetsuya was smiling. Blood dripping from his mouth and stomach, his smile was nothing short of menacing. Ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique, for the first time since he arrived in this world, he said the technique he was using out loud. Black markings started appearing on his body and face. It was the same markings Sukuna had when he took over Itadori's body. Even after coming to an anime world, the culture inside Tetsuya didn't die. A true man of culture. Everyone was looking at Tetsuya's stomach as the hole was already healed. They were terrified. This kind of regeneration was only a legend to most people, but to Inoki, this reminded him of 2 of the most terrifying people he has ever met, and this kid was just as terrifying as them. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. We are done here, Tetsuya said as he snapped his fingers, and every remaining Iwa shinobi, including those who weren't a part of the immobilized group, exploded. Inoki couldn't do anything. All he did was stare at the scene like an idiot. Madara gave him quite the trauma. Tetsuya raised his hand as all the blood within the area moved towards him before disappearing. He stored everything in his inventory, along with the corpses. He wanted to try out if he could revive a dead body by giving it fresh blood and moving it through the body. He tried it with the root anbu he killed, but the quantity wasn't enough to conclude anything. After he was done collecting resources for his experiments, he moved toward the petrified jiraiya. Inoki watched as Tetsuya walked towards jiraiya while Mikasa followed him. Putting his right hand on Jiraiya's shoulder while his other hand was holding Mikasa's hand, he looked towards the other Inoki and said, "Until next time, old man." And they disappeared. Inoki stood there for a long time without moving. Mikasa Pav. We appeared at our house. Tetsuya undid his creation rebirth while Jiraiya was still shocked at what just happened. It was obvious, anyone would be shocked if they saw two 9-year-old kids killing more than 50 jonin and chunin. We knew that Black Zetsu wasn't there, so it's no problem. "Jiraiya, I'll be grateful if you can keep this a secret," Tetsuya said as his face was pale. He held his head as his expression was worse than it was when a hole opened through his stomach. I just moved behind him, supporting him as he fell unconscious. "Is he alright?" Jiraiya asked. He was probably grateful that we first saved Minato rather than just rushing into the fight. He used a medical ninjutsu to heal himself that was created by me and Tsunade-sensei. It can heal anything as long as the user has chakra, but the cost is that the user's life will be shortened. As for the wound right now, it almost took 1 year from him. Of course, he didn't pass out because of that, not to mention we are immortal. Jiraiya's self-blame was so visible I almost feel bad for him. So I decided to say what we need most. Please don't say anything about how powerful we are. If someone asks, just say that we are at peak jonin level. As for the medical ninjutsu he used, you can tell others about it, just make sure to say that it was Tsunade-sensei who created it. I can do that. But what if Inoki spread the word? Jiraiya was worried that Inoki won't stay quiet in a situation like this. Everyone knew what kind of shrewd personality that old man had. Well, that is normal though. It's alright, he will have a hard time dealing with his trauma. Inoki is still about 50, I doubt that the trauma created by Madara can be cured in a short time. Let's take him to the hospital, Jiraiya said after a while. He didn't ask what I was talking about, good that he is understanding. No offense, but the medics at the hospital are children compared to me, I said while Jiraiya looked embarrassed. He was indeed acting stupid. Now, what the hell is going on? I look at the bunch of people surrounding me and Tetsuya, who was sleeping peacefully on my lap more like passed out, but you know. How come every high-ranking member of the village is this free? Wasn't the village supposed to be under pressure? Why are you here? Let a couple be alone for a damn day, have some shame. I was cursing internally as I looked at the bunch of shameless people intruding on our privacy. I know they are worried, but seriously, he just passed out because he used his Kekkei Genkai to take control of so many people at once. The human brain has its limits even in this world. While creation rebirth can heal any physical injury, it can't help one recover from mental exhaustion. No medical ninjutsu can. I looked at the Hokage, the Jonin commander, the Anbu commander, Tsukumo, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Mido, Tsunade, Dan, Jiraiya, the clan head of the Uchiha Fukum, with its great elder Akito and my dear sister, along with the next Hokage Minato. If a normal person saw this lineup, they'll think that the village is about to go to war or something. I get why our parents are here, even Mido and Tsunade along with Dan are close to us. What about the others though? Aren't you worried about him? My father asked. Well, considering our relationship, it's indeed strange for them that I am the least worried in the room. No, there's no way he'll die from something like this. He's worse than a cockroach in this regard. Well, my father's probably thinking about the 1 year Tetsuya used to heal that wound. I can't just say don't worry, we are immortal. I thought. They probably don't get our relationship. If Tetsuya died, I'll follow after him. The same goes for him. Or probably just force Nagato to revive the other, since it's possible. Now that I think about it, I should work on that ability soon. I thought, remembering one of my favorite power in all of anime, the power of space. Although I have the Flying Thunder God, it's not the space ability I want. It's more like a vehicle than anything. Mikasa, did Tetsuya learn the Flying Thunder God? The Hokage asked. He ignored the question until now on purpose, huh? I didn't bother answering his question as I threw kunai toward him. He catches it and the next moment, he disappeared. Yeah, this is another part of the Flying Thunder God I developed. It can transfer others if they're in direct contact with my seals. Right now, Hiruzen is probably running back here from his office. As everyone was questioning me where the Hokage is, I just pointed at the door. If it was up to me, I would have teleported him straight to the land of Earth. But it would be troublesome picking him up, especially with Tetsuya sleeping. No way in hell I am leaving him. Just after a minute, Hiruzen came walking from the door. He looked at me and said, was that necessary? I just shrugged my shoulders and said, Tsunade-sensei said that it's better to show people rather than tell them. As for your question earlier, we both learned it. Most of them were surprised at how we were able to learn the jutsu that made the second Hokage the fastest shinobi of his time. But Aburama-sensei wasn't able to teleport people like you did just now. Hiruzen asked. We simply didn't learn the jutsu. We created our version of the Flying Thunder God. It's way better than the one we got from you. I said, enjoying their shocked faces. Jiraiya was the first one to come back from his shock. Look at how she's talking, Tsunade is a bad influence on the kids, I told you didn't I? Jiraiya said as he looked at the Hokage. Before the Hokage was able to say something, with the sound of a wall breaking, a Jiraiya-shaped hole was created on the wall. Tsunade-sensei, you should work on that temper of yours, I said, before getting an angry look in return. I am quite sure if it was someone else who said it, they would have been punched hard. Looking at this scene, Mito giggled. She treated both me and Tetsuya like her grandchildren. She even taught us the sealing techniques belonging to the Uzumaki clan are used to. Minato was getting tensed as time passed, he didn't know what to do among so many big shots. No matter how much of a genius he is, he'll still be a 9-year-old child. No one bothered to make it difficult for him, and soon, everyone left one by one. Makoto was reluctant to leave, but she did as I shoot her away with all my might. That girl is a Siskin, a pro Siskin. She's getting harder and harder to push away. I looked at Tetsuya's sleeping face as I started playing with his hair. Tetsuya Pav. I opened my eyes and saw a bunch of hair. As I moved past a bundle of long black hair, I was greeted by a dozing off Mikasa. I didn't say anything, waking her up while she was sleeping always ends up in a disaster. Will anyone throw a fireball at someone who woke them up? After a few minutes, she opened her eyes. Took you long enough, I said with a smile. She didn't answer, just brought her head down and kissed my forehead. Be real. Before she could complete what she was saying, a screen popped up in between us. Ding. Quest A failed. Quest B completed better than given. The hosts failed to kill every member of Inoki's group, so they failed the first part of the quest. Members were killed 79 80s. But the second part of the quest was completed. Result: the ability to borrow will no longer have the function to change the borrowed ability. The fixed abilities are Shiba Tetsuya Eye of Insight 3 Tomo, Uchiha Mikasa, Exploding Human Technique. The talents being borrowed will reach a bottleneck and won't rise beyond 40%. Sharing memories is still possible. Reward for making Inoki remember both Hashirama and Madara. The hosts will be able to see a single panel as long as they are together. 30 points each. How come I left one alive? I don't remember sparing someone. Though it is entirely possible that while I was putting on a tough act, someone did manage to survive. But as far as I remember, I did leave my chakra in every Iwa shinobi that wasn't killed by Mikasa. The only possibility is that someone managed to remove my chakra from their body before I exploded each one of them. I sighed, it's no use thinking about it. I heard another sigh. Indeed, I still have the Eye of Insight from the 3 Tomo Sharingan. But Mikasa had the Exploding Human Technique, which didn't match her fighting style all that much. Looks like your little stunt didn't end well, Mikasa said with a grin. Indeed, it's rare for me to mess up. But what can I do about it now? Nothing. At least we can still share memories, or do you want to explain every jutsu to me one by one? I said. I don't mind teaching you, it's just that you never asked. She said with a smile. So, when do you plan on creating that ability? I asked, curious. Soon. I am somewhat able to affect space with what I learned from the Flying Thunder God, but it's far from enough. What about you? Well, not right now. I am still too weak to go there, it'll end up as a suicide mission. I said as I turned around, burying my face in her soft eyes. Comfortable, I thought. Suddenly, I felt something on my shoulders before Mikasa started massaging my shoulders. Since when did you get so good at giving a massage? I asked, it felt very comfortable. I am using the mystical palm technique on you. Using chakra for a massage. What kind of a brain will come up with it? I thought. That thought didn't last long as it was really good. We continued like this for half an hour. I was standing in the center of our training grounds while Mikasa was meditating at the corner. I summoned around 20 gallons of blood from my inventory. A ball made out of blood floating in the air, it was bigger than both me and Mikasa. I cut my hand before some of my blood flew out and joined the ball of blood. Although injecting my chakra is good for controlling someone else's blood, adding my blood increases the control even more. I started condensing the blood into a smaller ball till it was the same size as my head. I punched it lightly, it had the same level of hardness as normal steel. I turned the ball into a sword, similar to the one Hate gave me all those years ago. I raised a tree from the ground before slashing it with a blood sword. It was cleanly cut in half. I tried to flow my lightning chakra into the blood sword and I was surprised. I have used a chakra blade before, I borrowed Sakumo's white light blade, but the blood sword was many times better than Sakumo's blade. Hey, try to flow your chakra through this, I said while throwing the blood sword toward her. It landed with half of its blade buried in the ground. Mikasa picked up the blood sword, waving it here and there. Shortly after, flames were being generated from the sword, leaving a line of flames wherever it went. Is she trying to do the sun breathing? I thought as I tried my best to not laugh. Although her movements were good considering the normal level of swordsmanship, it was still clumsy. She may have my kinjutsu talent at 40%, but she barely practiced anything related to it. It's really good, normal people will feel like it's a part of their body, she said. Indeed, if it wasn't for our superior chakra control, we wouldn't even feel that the blade was an external weapon. Make some shuriken and kunai like this for me. She said. How many? I asked. It wasn't a big deal to create a bunch of kunai or shuriken. Around 20 each. Okay, I repeated the same process as before. I took 41 tags from my inventory, placing one on each of the weapons. The tags will absorb a bit of natural energy from the world and maintain the shapes of the weapons. Otherwise, the moment I disable the Ketsuriken, they'll turn into liquid. As for when they're in the inventory, it'll remain the same. I can even control them while they're flying. Mikasa raised her hand, 5 chakra threads extending from her fingers. The threads will be invisible to most of the shinobi. The threads connected to 5 kunai before she started moving them here and there. Let's try this. She suddenly exclaimed. I didn't get it at first, but I was surprised by what she did. Each of the 5 kunai were now overflowing with chakra, each of different nature. Lightning, wind, fire, water and earth. That's a very deadly combo along with your shuriken jutsu, I said with a smile. Yeah. I can use 3 of them to attack while using earth and water kunai to defend myself. But it's still hard to create all 5 natures from each of my fingers while controlling the kunai. She said. You'll get used to it soon enough, I said, knowing she won't give up on the technique unless she's bored of it. While I can just change the shape of my sword during the fight, Mikasa can't. But with her sharingan, she didn't need to worry about losing track of her kunai. I was bored from experimenting with the Ketsuriken, so I decided to postpone my experiments with reviving the dead. Even if I can restart a dead body with fresh blood and some repairing, what use will it be without a soul? The concept of souls is complicated and was never fully explained in Naruto-verse. I can probably summon a soul with impure world reincarnation and bind it with its original body, but I doubt severing a soul's connection from the pure land is this simple. Even the almighty Rinnegan that came from the so-called gods requires the user to pay with his life to summon a soul permanently from the pure land. If it wasn't for Kama Seal, even the Otsutsuki will eventually die with their souls leaving the mortal world. But that isn't my concern, since we are already immortal, as long as we aren't stupid enough to die on our own, who can kill us as long as we are careful. Of course, I don't wish to bump into Gaijin by chance. That would be disastrous. Those guys are too good at controlling space, I doubt Flying Thunder God will be of any help. And that marks the end of this part of the story. If you guys made it this far and want more contents like this, comment down below to let me know. Thanks for sticking out till the end. We are just an inch away from hitting the thousands, so just smash that subscribe button anyways. I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on this series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.